In order to correctly analyze and solve problems of the political structure of society, it is necessary to not only master the concept of class from the Marxist-Leninist viewpoint, but also to master the concept of social stratification. The concept of social stratification refers to grouping people within the same class according to their specific status and differences in that class, such as blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, expert workers, etc. On the other hand, this concept is also used to refer to groups of people outside the class structure in a certain society, such as civil servants, intellectuals, small farmers, etc. These social strata all have different relationships with different classes in society. Annotation 102. Each class within every class society is defined by internal and external relationships. This means that no class is monolithic or homogeneous. Rather, every class is defined by internal relationships between internal strata of that class. Here, a stratum simply refers to a defined group within a class which has a certain stable form. Strata are primarily defined by relationships within a class, between classes, and with the means of production. For instance, in feudal society, there were different strata of peasants. Some peasants owned their own small holdings of land. This was a different stratum from the majority of peasants who worked land which belonged to a feudal lord, but they were all essentially part of the same class. Under capitalism, workers can be further divided into various strata depending on their specific relations to the means of production. For instance, blue-collar factory workers who work on a factory assembly line are a different stratum from the white-collar engineers who design the factory machines and systems. Both groups are part of the same class, the proletariat, because both sell their labor to capitalists for wages. However, one stratum directly operate the means of production, generally require less education, are typically paid less, etc. There are other ways to examine and classify strata within a class depending on the point of view of analysis and which relationships are being examined. For example, in some cultures and nations, relationships having to do with ethnicity, race, language, caste, or other such factors may play important or defining roles in understanding and distinguishing stratification of classes. It is common for tension and conflict to exist between different strata of the working class, and this must be understood in analyzing class conflict and class society. This can be leveraged in class struggle. For instance, capitalists in our current society commonly set different strata of the working class against each other to weaken and divide the proletariat. Stratification can also be defined by how members of a class relate specifically to the means of production. One example is the stratification which Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Vladimir Lenin described, which exists between intellectual laborers and manual laborers. Intellectuals are human beings who perform labor in the realm of human and social consciousness. Any human being who works to develop, disseminate, and interpret ideas can, therefore, be considered an intellectual. Intellectuals can serve a wide variety of roles in human society, including writers, artists, journalists, teachers, medical physicians, lawyers, and so on. Ideologists are a specific type of intellectual who performs a political role in society. These are intellectuals who specifically work to develop and disseminate the ideology of a particular political party or movement which serves a particular economic class. Ideology is discussed more on p. 112. Intellectual laborers are workers who are exploited for profit by capitalists and earn wages by laboring primarily through mental activity. This distinguishes them from most other laborers who work by directly operating the means of production. Intellectuals and class structure. Intellectuals can belong to any economic class. In our current capitalist society, there are intellectuals in the working class, the capitalist class, and in the petty bourgeoisie. If a worker receives wages for performing intellectual labor, they are considered to be intellectual laborers. Many intellectuals do not get paid for their intellectual labor. For instance, a factory line worker might run a blog or produce short films as a hobby or side project. In this case, the factory worker would be an intellectual, but not an intellectual laborer. Intellectuals may also serve the class interests of a different class than the one they occupy. As an example, Friedrich Engels was a member of the bourgeoisie because his family owned many factories and business operations throughout Europe. However, Engels worked as an intellectual for the working class, making him a proletarian ideologist despite being a capitalist. Likewise, there are many workers who perform intellectual labor to serve the agenda for the bourgeoisie. Some of these bourgeois ideologists perform their labor for wages and are exploited by capitalists. For example, journalists who write articles to further the agenda of the capitalist class in exchange for wages are simultaneously intellectual laborers and bourgeois ideologists. This makes the analysis of intellectuals, ideology, and the human beings who perform intellectual labor quite complex. In the West, this complexity has led to much confusion over intellectuals, ideologues, intelligentsia, etc., and their roles in class society. This confusion tends to be related to two factors, semantics and class structure analysis. Common misunderstandings about intellectuals in class society. Semantics is a philosophical field of inquiry that pertains to meaning and language. Semantics can lead to confusion and disagreement when different people have strong preferences about different definitions of words. This is especially problematic in metaphysical philosophy, which seeks to categorize all human knowledge into discrete, static, unchanging, specific categories. Metaphysical semantics generally seek to assign a very specific definition to every individual word. These metaphysical definitions are based on categorization and characteristics. Thus, in a metaphysical philosophical analysis, the word intellectual might only have one specific definition which is rooted in a set of criteria and where intellectuals would fit into metaphysical categorization. Dialectical materialist semantics differ from metaphysical semantics in a key way. In dialectical materialist analysis, words are discussed and defined based on internal and external relationships. This means that dialectical materialist analysis demands that language be considered not just in relation to other words, but also in relation to various other factors, such as the human beings who use the language. Different people might use the same words differently in different contexts. For example, the way a computer programmer uses the word virus in daily speech might be different than how a medical doctor uses the same word. The real-world phenomena that are being described. As the phenomena change in the real world, the language itself might also change, or the meaning of the same word might change. For example, the word drive used in a modern context is usually associated with the operation of automobiles, but this was not the case before the invention and widespread use of automobiles. In dialectical materialist analysis, it is important to avoid problems of metaphysical semantics which can lead to unnecessary confusion or even intentional obfuscation and deception when used in bad faith. This has especially been a problem with the use of language surrounding intellectuals, intelligentsia, ideologues, and so on in bourgeois philosophical and political analysis, as well as words such as class. For instance, when Lenin refers to an intellectual class, he is clearly using the word class in the sense of category. The word class, as used here, does not exclusively refer to economic class as it pertains to the class structure of the material base of a political economy. This is evident because economic class is defined by relations between economic classes and relations with the means of production. The fact that intellectual labor can serve both a political function and an economic function makes the analysis of intellectuals and their relationships to class society confusing, especially when muddled by metaphysical analysis. This confusion can be easily cleared up by looking at the underlying relationships which define and develop intellectuals and intellectual labor. Intellectual labor may define someone as a working class member of the proletariat. Whether or not an intellectual would be considered a worker or not depends on their relations to means of production and whether or not they are wage workers who are exploited by capitalists for profits. Marx, Engels, and Lenin all wrote of intellectual labor and an intellectual proletariat, which refers to workers who primarily work with their minds and do not directly interface with the essential means of production in their labor. These workers are still part of the working class, they are just a different stratum of the working class and serve a different role in the functioning of capitalism. Thus, it can be understood that some workers are intellectual workers, some members of the capitalist class can be political intellectuals who intellectually serve the working class, and so on. This can be easily understood when the underlying relationships which these words represent are properly understood. Whether a human being should be considered an intellectual and how the status of intellectual relates to political economy and class structure, must be explored through proper dialectical materialist analysis which considers all things, phenomena, and ideas as constantly changing and as defined by the internal and external relationships which lead to those changes. Metaphysical semantics have been used to distort what Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other dialectical materialist philosophers have meant by intellectual class, etc. These distortions and misunderstandings are easy to clear up with proper dialectical materialist analysis and proper application of materialist dialectics and historical materialist principles. Further clarification of the role of intellectuals from Marx, Engels, and Lenin. In a letter to the International Socialist Students' Congress written in 1893, Engels explained the importance of an intellectual proletariat. May your efforts succeed in developing among students the awareness that it is from their ranks that there must emerge intellectual proletariat which will be called on to play a considerable part in the approaching revolution alongside and among their brothers, the manual workers. The bourgeois revolutions of the past asked nothing of the universities but lawyers, as the best raw material for their politicians. The emancipation of the working class needs, in addition, doctors, engineers, chemists, agronomists and other experts, for we are faced with taking over the running not only of the political machine but of all social production, and in that case what will be needed is not fine words but well-grounded knowledge. Here, it is clear that Engels interprets the intellectual proletariat as workers who perform intellectual labor. In the German ideology, Karl Marx also explicitly defined mental labor and manual labor as two strata of the working class which are intentionally divided and set against each other by the ruling class. The division of labor, which we already saw above as one of the chief forces of history up till now, manifests itself also in the ruling class as the division of mental and material labor, so that inside this class one part appears as the thinkers of the class, while the other's attitude to these ideas and illusions is more passive and receptive, because they are in reality the active members of this class and have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. Within this class this cleavage can even develop into a certain opposition and hostility between the two parts, which, however, in the case of a practical collision, in which the class itself is endangered, automatically comes to nothing, in which case there also vanishes the semblance that the ruling ideas were not the ideas of the ruling class and had a power distinct from the power of this class. The existence of revolutionary ideas in a particular period presupposes the existence of a revolutionary class. About the premises for the latter sufficient has already been said above. In One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, Lenin further discussed the divide between intellectuals and manual laborers, using slightly different language. The problem that again interests us so keenly today is the antagonism between the intelligentsia and the proletariat. My colleagues will mostly be indignant that I admit this antagonism. But it actually exists, and, as in other cases, it would be the most inexpedient tactics to try to overcome the fact by denying it. This antagonism is a social one, it relates to classes, not to individuals. The individual intellectual, like the individual capitalist, may identify himself with the proletariat in its class struggle. When he does, he changes his character too. It is not this type of intellectual, who is still an exception among his class, that we shall mainly speak of in what follows. Unless otherwise stated, I shall use the word intellectual to mean only the common run of intellectual who takes the stand of bourgeois society, and who is characteristic of the intelligentsia as a class. This class stands in a certain antagonism to the proletariat. Reading this paragraph alone, it may be interpreted to mean that Lenin is defining an intellectual class in the economic sense, which would make intellectual workers a completely different part of the class structure of capitalism, separate from the working class. However, Lenin immediately specifies that he is talking about political contradiction, not economic contradiction of class structure. This antagonism differs, however, from the antagonism between labor and capital. The intellectual is not a capitalist. True, his standard of life is bourgeois, and he must maintain it if he is not to become a pauper, but at the same time he is compelled to sell the product of his labor, and often his labor power, and is himself often enough exploited and humiliated by the capitalist. Hence the intellectual does not stand in any economic antagonism to the proletariat. But his status of life and his conditions of labor are not proletarian, and this gives rise to a certain antagonism in sentiments and ideas. In other words, Lenin is pointing out superstructural contradiction and characteristics which cause intellectual laborers to have a general tendency of antagonism with the working class. In other words, Lenin is attempting to explain why intellectuals have a strong tendency to serve the agenda of the ruling class, and how this tendency tends to lead to conflict and antagonism between intellectuals and the majority of the working class. Lenin did not dismiss Marx and Engels in their conception of intellectual laborers and an intellectual proletariat. On the contrary, he was further developing these ideas and attempting to further explain the complexity of class relations and divisions which exist between different strata of the working class which Marx had previously identified in the German ideology. In Lenin's explanation, intellectual laborers are a special stratum of the working class which have unique properties. Namely, intellectual workers do not have a direct relationship with the means of production like manual laborers. Instead, they tend to occupy an intermediating role between the ruling class and the vast majority of workers. This means that intellectuals have a tendency to side with whichever class will give them the most benefits, and this leads to an overwhelming tendency to intellectuals supporting the ruling class. This is not always the case, of course. Lenin himself was an intellectual, but he served the proletariat class with his intellectual labor. This means that Lenin's intellectual had, to use his own words, a proletarian characteristic. To put it another way, Lenin was a proletarian ideologist because he developed and furthered the ideology of the proletariat as a revolutionary class. Lenin, Marx, and Engels all identified the tendency for division between intellectual laborers and manual laborers within the working class. There are many causes of this division. As stated, intellectuals tend to receive many benefits from serving the interests of the bourgeoisie. On the other hand, openly supporting proletarian revolution can lead to significant economic hardship and many other difficulties for intellectuals. In capitalist society, intellectuals tend to receive their education from institutions which are funded, controlled, and owned by the ruling class. Likewise, in capitalist society, intellectual institutions such as media outlets, social media platforms, and information sources also tend to be owned and controlled by the ruling class, meaning that most ideas which intellectuals are exposed to on a daily basis will tend to be ideas that serve the interests of the ruling class. Despite these difficulties, there have been many examples of intellectuals who have risen above this tendency. It is important to properly understand the role and nature of intellectuals. This is because the primary prerequisite for social revolution which will lead to the end of class society is the development of class consciousness, as discussed in annotation 67, p. 115. This means that proletarian ideologists must develop an effective revolutionary proletarian class ideology and to popularize this proletarian ideology among the working class. Some of these ideologists might be capitalists, like Friedrich Engels. Others might be intellectual workers, like Vion Nguyen, the great general and political leader of Vietnam who was a school teacher. Many others will be proletarian ideologists who begin as manual laborers, such as Ton Duc Thang, the leader of Vietnam's first union who went on to become an important ideologist and political leader in Vietnam's revolution. Others, like Ho Chi Minh, may develop and change over time. Ho Chi Minh began as a dishwasher and sailor, then became a journalist and writer, and went on to become the ideological leader of Vietnam's entire revolutionary movement. In the development of social revolution, revolutionary intellectuals must rise above the tendency of antagonism between working class intellectuals and working class material production laborers, just as they must undo all other tensions and fractures which divide the working class. Solidification of the proletariat into a class-conscious revolutionary movement. Can social revolution lead to an end of capitalism and class society? 2. Origin of class. The discovery of class antagonism, and class struggle were not a new discovery of Marxism-Leninism. However, one of the new and fundamental findings of Marxism-Leninism was that class antagonism, and class struggle are neither the nature of humanity, nor a predestined law, but only a historical phenomenon. Marx asserted that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular historical phases in the development of production. The direct origin of class division in society is the birth and existence of the private ownership of the means of production, and especially private ownership of the primary means of production in society. Thus, private ownership of the means of production leads to the possibility that one group may appropriate surplus labor from another. However, private ownership of the means of production alone is not sufficient to give rise to the separation into classes within society. Another prerequisite is that productive forces be developed to such an extent that labor productivity increases, which gives rise to the development of surplus labor time, which manifests as excess wealth within society. Annotation 103. There have existed in the past various human societies which are not class societies. In these societies the means of production are held in common and human beings are not divided up into different classes. This shows that class society is not a fixed characteristic of human nature. By studying the development of human society with a comprehensive and historical perspective, Marx and Engels discovered that class society emerged from material and objective processes related to the development of productive forces and corresponding relations of production. Class society emerged as productive forces reached a level where private ownership of the primary means of production became the most suitable relations of production. The primary means of production are the means of production which are most vital for producing the material necessities of human life. Precisely what constitutes the primary means of production changes as productive forces develop. For example, in feudal times the land was the primary means of production. Today the primary means of production include not just land but factories, machinery, and other components of modern industrial infrastructure. Class society emerged from the development of surplus labor time. Marx defines surplus labor time in capital as the time which a worker spends laboring after producing enough labor value to account for their own reproduction. 46 To put it another way, surplus labor time is all the time a worker works in excess of the value of that worker's wages. Surplus labor time is the source of profit which allows a member of the ruling class to benefit in an exploitative manner from the labor of the oppressed working class. Surplus labor time generates surplus value, and surplus value generates profits for the ruling class which owns the means of production. Marx explained in Capital that surplus labor is what distinguishes one mode of production from another in the development of human society. The essential difference between the various economic forms of society, between, for instance, a society based on slave labor, and one based on wage labor, lies only in the mode in which the surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the laborer. This means that over time, as productive forces develop, their suitability with the current relations of production decrease more and more. This means that eventually, once the unsuitability reaches a certain threshold, that mode of production will end and another will take its place. In the capitalist era, the productive forces continuously become increasingly unsuitable to the relations of production of capitalism. Eventually this will lead to social revolution whereby the working class will take control of society and unseat the capitalist class as the ruling class of society. This will, in effect, end the private ownership of the means of production and class society altogether. The only alternative to this outcome, as stated by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, is collective ruin. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. Furthermore, private ownership of the means of production is not subject to human subjective will, but rather to an objective law, the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces. Therefore, the root origin of class division is an insufficiency of socialization of the productive forces. When the productive forces reach a high level of socialization, it will become the objective cause of the abolition of private ownership of the means of production and will thus lead to the end of class antagonism, and class struggle in society. This constitutes a practical matter of socialism, especially as it pertains to the mission of building the future communist society. Annotation 104. In socialism, utopian and scientific, Engels describes how the operation of the productive forces has become a socialized process under capitalism. Before capitalist production, i.e., in the Middle Ages, the system of petty industry obtained generally, based upon the private property of the laborers in their means of production. In the country, the agriculture of the small peasant, freeman, or serf; in the towns, the handicrafts organized in guilds. The instruments of labor, land, agricultural implements, the workshop, the tool were the instruments of labor of single individuals, adapted for the use of one worker, and, therefore, of necessity, small, dwarfish, circumscribed. But, for this very reason, they belonged as a rule to the producer himself. In other words, previous modes of production which existed in class societies before capitalism had much lower development of productive forces. The means of production were limited and undeveloped so that the workers who used them tended to own and use them as individuals. This meant that the operation of the productive forces were far more individualized in those preceding societies and the socialization of production was quite limited. Engels described how the development of capitalism and the development of productive forces led to the socialization of productive forces, meaning that the means of production began to require increasingly concentrated and collectivized operation and use. As industrial processes, factories, complex machinery, and other developments in the productive forces developed, it became impossible for individuals to own and operate individualized means of production. In order to be competitive in a society which was becoming increasingly dominated by the capitalist mode of production, it became necessary for many human beings to work together to operate the means of production. Simultaneously, these more socialized and collectivized means of production came to be owned privately by a smaller and smaller number of capitalists. As Engels writes, to concentrate these scattered, limited means of production, to enlarge them, to turn them into the powerful levers of production of the present day, this was precisely the historic role of capitalist production and of its upholder, the bourgeoisie. In the fourth section of Capital, Marx has explained in detail how since the 15th century this has been historically worked out through the three phases of simple cooperation, manufacture, and modern industry. But the bourgeoisie, as is shown there, could not transform these puny means of production into mighty productive forces without transforming them, at the same time, from means of production of the individual into social means of production only workable by a collectivity of men. The spinning wheel, the hand loom, the blacksmith's hammer, were replaced by the spinning machine, the power loom, the steam hammer, the individual workshop, by the factory, implying the cooperation of hundreds and thousands of workmen. In like manner, production itself changed from a series of individual into a series of social acts, and the production from individual to social products. The yarn, the cloth, the metal articles that now come out of the factory were the joint product of many workers, through whose hands they had successively to pass before they were ready. No one person could say of them, "I made that, this is my product." Engels further elaborates that socialized productive forces and the capitalist mode of production gradually and steadily developed well beyond the productive forces of feudal society and individualized productive forces. This meant that the older feudal mode of production could not hope to compete with the newly emerging capitalist mode of production, which produced material necessities and other goods far more efficiently. He states, "In the midst of the old division of labor, grown up spontaneously and upon no definite plan, which had governed the whole of society, now arose division of labor upon a definite plan, as organized in the factory. Side by side with individual production appeared social production. The products of both were sold in the same market, and, therefore, at prices at least approximately equal. But organization upon a definite plan was stronger than spontaneous division of labor. The factories working with the combined social forces of a collectivity of individuals produced their commodities far more cheaply than the individual small producers. Individual producers succumbed in one department after another. Socialized production revolutionized all the old methods of production." Engels also highlights that, although the means of production came to be used by workers on a socialized basis, the means of production continued to be owned privately by certain individuals, the emerging capitalist class. This was the basis for the development of the two primary classes of capitalism, the bourgeoisie, who own the means of production, and the proletariat, who operate the means of production. As Engels explains, then came the concentration of the means of production and of the producers in large workshops and manufactories, their transformation into actual socialized means of production and socialized producers. But the socialized producers and means of production and their products were still treated, after this change, just as they had been before, i.e., as the means of production and the products of individuals. Hitherto, the owner of the instruments of labor had himself appropriated the product, because, as a rule, it was his own product and the assistance of others was the exception. Now, the owner of the instruments of labor always appropriated to himself the product, although it was no longer his product but exclusively the product of the labor of others. Thus, the products now produced socially were not appropriated by those who had actually set in motion the means of production and actually produced the commodities, but by the capitalists. The means of production, and production itself, had become in essence socialized. But they were subjected to a form of appropriation which presupposes the private production of individuals, under which, therefore, every one owns his own product and brings it to market. The mode of production is subjected to this form of appropriation, although it abolishes the conditions upon which the latter rests. Engels identifies a dialectical contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, arising from the fact that the operation of the means of production has become socialized while the ownership of the means of production remains individualized. This contradiction means that the productive forces of capitalist society are unsuitable with capitalist relations of production. He writes, "This contradiction, which gives to the new mode of production its capitalistic character, contains the germ of the whole of the social antagonisms of today. The greater the mastery obtained by the new mode of production over all important fields of production and in all manufacturing countries, the more it reduced individual production to an insignificant residuum, the more clearly was brought out the incompatibility of socialized production with capitalistic appropriation. The development of the capitalist mode of production eventually overtook and negated the feudal mode of production. However, the contradiction and unsuitability between the socialized productive forces and the individualized ownership of the means of production has led to inherent instability and class struggle within capitalist society." Engels describes this transformation. The first capitalists found, as we have said, alongside of other forms of labor, wage labor ready-made for them on the market. But it was exceptional, complementary, accessory, transitory wage labor. The agricultural laborer, though, upon occasion, he hired himself out by the day, had a few acres of his own land on which he could at all events live at a pinch. The guilds were so organized that the journeyman of today became the master of tomorrow. But all this changed, as soon as the means of production became socialized and concentrated in the hands of capitalists. The means of production, as well as the product, of the individual producer became more and more worthless. There was nothing left for him but to turn wage worker under the capitalist. Wage labor, aforetime the exception and accessory, now became the rule and basis of all production, aforetime complementary, it now became the sole remaining function of the worker. The wage worker for a time became a wage worker for life. The number of these permanent was further enormously increased by the breaking up of the feudal system that occurred at the same time, by the disbanding of the retainers of the feudal lords, the eviction of the peasants from their homesteads, etc. The separation was made complete between the means of production concentrated in the hands of the capitalists, on the one side, and the producers, possessing nothing but their labor power, on the other. The contradiction between socialized production and capitalistic appropriation manifested itself as the antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie. Under capitalism, the means of production are socially operated by the working class yet privately owned by the capitalist class. This is a core internal contradiction of capitalism. Finally, Engels summarizes the inevitable solution to this contradiction: socialized ownership of the means of production, which can only be accomplished through proletarian social revolution. He describes such a social revolution as the solution of the contradictions, concluding, Proletarian revolution solution of the contradictions. The proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie, into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialized character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible. The development of production makes the existence of different classes of society thenceforth an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy in social production vanishes, the political authority of the state dies out. Man, at last the master of his own form of social organization, becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master free. To accomplish this act of universal emancipation is the historical mission of the modern proletariat. To thoroughly comprehend the historical conditions and thus the very nature of this act, to impart to the now oppressed proletarian class a full knowledge of the conditions and of the meaning of the momentous act it is called upon to accomplish, this is the task of the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement, scientific socialism. The formation and development of class in history can take place with different forms and different levels in different social communities, and depend on the specific impact of objective and subjective factors on the motion and development process of each human community. Annotation 105. Every human society has its own unique objective material conditions as well as subjective conditions. Therefore, every society develops in different ways. For this reason, every society will develop differently. For example, one capitalist nation will develop differently than another capitalist nation. Even within a capitalist nation, one city might develop differently from another. No two human groups will ever develop in exactly the same way. Development will happen at different rates, with different phenomena and characteristics. In the book Study of the Capitalist Class of Vietnam under French occupation, historian Nguyen Quang Binh wrote, "The capitalist class of Vietnam could only really exist once there was a big enough group of people that had their own economic status, and they started having contradictions with other economic groups that kept them from further developing. Once that contradiction began, capitalists developed class consciousness to defend and fight for the benefit of their own class. For this reason, the capitalist class of Vietnam had its own process of development. The capitalist class started as a small group of traders and craftsmen in urban areas that produced simple commodities. Once capitalists had developed factories in Vietnam, they began exploiting wage workers. Labor, then, became a commodity. The exploitation of the surplus value of workers became widespread. Commodity and monetary economies overcome the farming economy, and with this development the capitalists had become fully developed as a class. By the end of 19th century and beginning of the early 20th century, new political and social conditions began to arise. French colonialists invaded and colonized Vietnam. The international capitalist economy, and predominantly the French capitalist economy, arrived in Vietnam and began to dramatically change the economy. The small and simple commodity economy of Vietnam suddenly and drastically developed. Over time, the people who had been exploited by the class of feudal lords came to be exploited, instead, by the French colonial capitalist class. These conditions stimulated the rapid development of capitalism in Vietnam. In the early days of colonialism until late 19th century, the business of French capitalists in Vietnam was mostly limited to trading and financial lending. The result of this was the emergence of Vietnamese traders, and these traders were the seeds of capitalism in Vietnam. The French government at that time had a policy of monopoly control of foreign trade. Therefore, there existed some Vietnamese small capitalists who traded with French capitalists. This led to the formation of small businesses such as Quang Hung Domestic Trading Company in Hanoi. When France joined World War I, a need arose for a huge supply of resources from the colonies to aid the war effort. Vietnam was one of the most heavily affected colonies. This resulted the monopoly policy of French capitalists on foreign trade to be weakened. At that time, French government of Vietnam had reformed the economy to mobilize nearly all the resources of Vietnam to be delivered to France. Vietnam's economy depended tremendously on the French economy, and because of the war, France was unable to invest in Vietnam as much as before. Some Vietnamese capitalists took this as an opportunity to open their own factories in industries such as weaving, oil production, and leather goods, to domestically manufacture products which Vietnam could no longer import. An increasing number of capitalists began using their own money to build factories. Thus, we can see that colonialism and other factors had a major impact on the development of capitalism in Vietnam. Although the relations of production under capitalism in Vietnam were based on the same contradiction of capitalists exploiting wage workers, the capitalist class rose to prominence through much different circumstances in Vietnam than they did in most European countries. Likewise, the existence of colonial holdings such as Vietnam impacted the way capitalism developed in France. This is the case in every human community. Class society develops differently based on material conditions, subjective conditions, and many other factors. However, it is possible to generalize the process of class formation and development in human communities in history into two basic forms, namely, class formation and development, which takes place mainly with the influence of violent factors to separate out commodity producers within the social community. Class formation and development which uses economic relations to separate out commodity producers within the social community. In addition, in historic reality, there are societies impacted simultaneously by both factors. Annotation 106. The Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains that class societies are replaced through processes of contradiction and negation throughout history. Every stage of development of class society has its own class structure. Each class structure includes two primary opposing classes. In the ancient slave society, for example, the two primary classes were those who were enslaved and those who were the owners of slaves. Under capitalism, the primary classes are capitalists and workers. The two primary classes of each society are the true products of that society. Simultaneously, they are the classes that determine the existence and the development of the productive forces of that society. The ruling class is the class that represents the essence of that society. The primary classes are defined by their relations to the means of production. Specifically, within class society, the primary classes include the class which owns the means of production and the class which labors to operate the primary means of production. The primary means of production are the means of production which produce the most vital necessities of life. Economic classes of feudalism. The feudal landlords were considered a primary class under feudalism because they owned the land, which was the primary means of production in the feudal agrarian society. The peasants were considered a primary class under feudalism because they worked the land to produce the vital material needs of society which were needed to sustain human life. Economic classes of capitalism. Capitalists are considered a primary class under capitalism because they own the means of production of material needs of society. Workers are considered a primary class because they operate those means of production. Every class is defined by its relations to other classes and to the means of production. Take, for example, the primary relations of production of feudal society. Relations between primary classes and primary means of production under feudalism. One primary class, the feudal lords, is defined by its relationship with the means of production and the other primary class. The feudal lords own the land and force peasants to labor on the land. The other primary class, the peasants, is defined by its relationship with the means of production and the other primary class. The peasants labor on the land for the profit and benefit of the feudal lords. The means of production, primarily, land, are owned by the feudal lords and labored upon by the feudal lords. Together, these relationships define the relations of production of feudal society. Similarly, in capitalist society, relations between primary classes and primary means of production under capitalism. One primary class, the bourgeoisie, is defined by its relationship with the means of production and the other primary class. The bourgeoisie own the means of production and force the proletariat to labor on the means of production for wages in order to survive. The other primary class, the proletariat, is defined by its relationship with the means of production and the other primary class. The proletariat labor with the means of production for the profits of capitalists. The means of production are owned by the bourgeoisie and labored upon by the proletariat. As with feudalism, these relationships between the primary classes and the means of production define the relations of production of capitalist society. The Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism further explains such relationships. In addition to the two primary classes, each society has other non-primary classes. Among these social groups, some are the remnants of the old mode of production. There are also groups who are the seeds for the future mode of production. Moreover, every class-based society has intermediate classes which are determined by the current mode of production and the ever-present social division of class society. Such classes include the commoners in ancient slave society, the craftsmen and merchants of feudal society, and the petty bourgeois in capitalist society. In every class-based society there also exist intellectuals who play a very important role in economy, politics, culture, etc. 3. The role of class struggle in the motion and development of class society. According to Lenin, class struggle is a struggle waged by the masses of those who have no rights, are oppressed and engage in toil, against the privileged, the oppressors and drones, a struggle of the wage laborers, or proletarians, against the property owners, or bourgeoisie. 47. Based on this definition, the essence of class struggle is the struggle of those who are politically oppressed and economically exploited against that oppression and exploitation in order to resolve the conflict of economic and political interests between the oppressor classes and the oppressed classes to different extents and degrees. Depending on different historical conditions, class struggle in different societies can take many different forms, with different scopes and levels, such as economic struggle, ideological struggle, political struggle, etc. Throughout history, class struggle has also taken on forms such as national struggle, religious struggle, cultural, and various other forms. Annotation 107. Struggle is simply a way of referring to dialectical contradiction between two opposing sides. Class struggle is, therefore, a particular type of contradiction in which two or more classes contradict with one another. The underlying relationships of class society which lead to these contradictions are outlined in annotation 100 on p. 181. Class struggle always involves the means of production, namely, who has control over the means of production and who benefits from them. These contradictions of class struggle can take various forms in human society, including economic struggle over the means of production and the material necessities of human life. For example, under feudalism, Serfs struggled for a greater share of the crops which they harvested and for access to more common land, while feudal lords struggled to take a greater share from the serfs who toiled beneath them and to share less of their wealth with the lords to which they owed fealty. Under capitalism, workers struggle for higher wages and better access to social services such as healthcare and retirement benefits, while capitalists struggle to pay less in taxes and to pay their workers less so that they can enjoy more profits. Ideological struggle over social consciousness forms within the superstructure of society. This is important because false consciousness can hinder and even work against a class if it is widespread, whereas class consciousness and awareness of the true nature of class society can offer great advantages in political and economic struggle. For example, during the feudal era in many nations, noble lords and clergy sought to build up within the social consciousness of serfs the idea that the king had the divine right to rule from God and that serfs were serving their role in God's order by living a life of service to their landlords. Today, under capitalism, the ruling class wages ideological warfare against the working class to convince workers that capitalism is the system which would serve them best and to prevent workers from building class consciousness. This slows the progress of political struggle and even causes a large fraction of workers, even the majority in many countries, to actively serve the interests of the ruling class. Political struggle over power and control within the state and legal apparatus of a society. Political struggle primarily takes place through political parties. These are social institutions which exist to develop political consciousness forms and ideology, to train leaders, and to build power for the class which controls them. Political struggle is important because the state is the social institution which has the most impact on the material base of society, and so building power with the state is the most effective way for a class to impact the base. Political struggle also leads to social revolution, which is the only way a class can change its position to become the ruling class of society. National struggle has developed along with the social institutions of nations. Nations are social groups of human beings which have developed a common identity over time based on factors such as language, shared history, geographical region, etc. National identities are complex political phenomena which dialectically relate and contradict with other social institutions such as states, political parties, and movements, and so on. National struggle can take various forms. In some cases, national struggle can lead to nationalist chauvinism, which is a form of false consciousness in which workers are mistakenly led to believe in the false consciousness that their national identity is exceptional or superior to other nationalities, and that national identity and struggle should be prioritized over class struggle. Other forms of national struggle, such as the struggle for colonized nations to develop independence and self-determination and to end colonial and imperial subjugation, can be positive developments so long as they are aligned with class consciousness and the international mission of scientific socialism. It is important, therefore, to distinguish positive characteristics which can be developed to facilitate class struggle from negative characteristics which impede class struggle and divide the international working class. Ho Chi Minh warned communists against nationalist chauvinism in a speech he delivered in 1967. The declaration of this conference reminds us of the need to strengthen education in the spirit of Marxism-Leninism and to fight against opportunist tendencies such as bourgeois nationalism, chauvinism, dogmatism, and revisionism. It should also be noted that many communists, including Ho Chi Minh, have been described as nationalists by bourgeois ideologists in an effort to conflate anti-colonial communist struggle with nationalist chauvinism. Ho Chi Minh himself distinguished between the struggles of colonized workers and nationalist chauvinists. In an interview with a foreign journalist in December 1965, Ho Chi Minh said, "It is probably not true to say that when I was young, I followed nationalism. Because at that time, I only knew how to love my compatriots, but I did not know any ism. When I went to Africa, I saw that the colonial people there were also suffering, oppressed, and exploited like the people of Indochina. When I went to European countries, I saw that there were also some very rich people being sinecurists, and the working people were very poor. I thought a lot about these things. At that time, the Great October Revolution had succeeded in Russia. Lenin had organized the Communist International. Then Lenin developed the theses on the colonial questions. Those things made me realize that, the working people of Indochina, the people of the colonies, and all the working people who want to liberate themselves must unite and make a revolution. Therefore, I became a Marxist-Leninist. It is clear from the words and actions of Ho Chi Minh and Vietnamese communists that the nationalism they observed was limited to a struggle for national independence from colonial rule. This nationalism of colonized communists is not supremacist in nature and exists in the spirit of internationalist collaboration of the working classes around the world and across national boundaries, and should not be conflated with national chauvinism and bourgeois nationalism, which seek to advance the interests of one nation over others. Religious struggle is the struggle for religious institutions and social forms to develop, survive, grow, and overtake other religions in human society. An example of this from Vietnamese history was the religious struggle of Buddhists in the 1960s during the dictatorship of Ngo Dinh Diem and his puppet government. This government promoted a form of Catholic chauvinism which sought to oppress all other religious forms and led to an uprising of Buddhists to help overthrow Ngo Dinh Diem and his regime. Cultural struggle is the struggle for human culture to develop within human society. See annotation 74, p. 135 to see comments from Ho Chi Minh on cultural struggle as it pertains to Vietnam. Note that all these forms of struggle are dialectically related and reinforce one another. For instance, effective ideological struggle can lead to the building and strengthening of political parties which will enhance efforts of political struggle. Political struggle building power within the state can lead to the passage of legislation and other legal progress which may benefit a class in economic struggle. Understanding the dynamics and dialectical relationships associated with class struggle is very important to the mission of scientific socialism. To control and suppress the class struggles of laborers and slaves, and in order to maintain and implement their exploitation, the ruling classes throughout history have inevitably resorted to organized violence. This violence has taken the form of the state, which uses armed forces and legal systems to maintain their class dominance. Therefore, the issue of state authority and state power is the central and fundamental issue of class struggle in society. Any class struggle that does not solve the problem of seizing state power cannot solve the most fundamental problem of the class struggle. However, not every class struggle identifies that state authority and state power as the central issue. Only when the development of class struggle reaches the level of political struggle will that issue become the central and fundamental issue. The issue of seizing state power is also the fundamental problem of all social revolutions as the peak of the development of class struggle. The birth and existence of the state is the result of class struggle within a society that has class antagonism. When social contradictions have been pushed to the point of being unresolvable, it is inevitable that the ruling class will need to use force of violence to maintain an orderly society which serves its own will and interests. The state came into being, and exists today, not to resolve contradictions, but to maintain social order in conditions of unresolvable contradictions. Through over 2,000 years of human history, there have been several distinct types of state, including the slave-owner state of ancient times, the feudal state of the Middle Ages, and the bourgeois state in capitalist countries in our present time. These states exist as instruments of organized violence, aimed at controlling the class struggle of the working class. Although each type of state can exist in many different forms with many different names, their class nature remains the same. The state stands as an instrument of class dictatorship which exists to exploit classes of slaves or laborers. Unlike the above-mentioned types of state, the dictatorship of the proletariat exists as a new type of state, a half-state, a state without its literal meaning, existing in the period of transition towards communism. The dictatorship of the proletariat is an instrument of organized violence and a tool of social economic management controlled by the working class and the working people. Annotation 108. In socialism, utopian and scientific, Engels explained the importance of workers taking control of the state in order to develop a dictatorship of the proletariat and the way in which capitalism itself creates the necessary objective conditions which will allow workers to seize control of the state. Whilst the capitalist mode of production more and more completely transforms the great majority of the population into proletarians, it creates the power which, under penalty of its own destruction, is forced to accomplish this revolution. Whilst it forces on more and more of the transformation of the vast means of production, already socialized, into state property, it shows itself the way to accomplishing this revolution. The proletariat seizes political power and turns the means of production into state property. Engels also explains how the dictatorship of the proletariat will ultimately lead to the end of not only itself, but all states and class society moving forward. But it abolishes itself as proletariat, abolishes all class distinction and class antagonisms, abolishes also the state as state. Engels then explains the essential difference between the dictatorship of the proletariat and all preceding states and forms of class society. Society, thus far, based upon class antagonisms, had need of the state. That is, of an organization of the particular class which was, pro tempore, the exploiting class, an organization for the purpose of preventing any interference from without with the existing conditions of production, and, therefore, especially, for the purpose of forcibly keeping the exploited classes in the condition of oppression corresponding with the given mode of production. The state was the official representative of society as a whole, the gathering of it together into a visible embodiment. But, it was this only in so far as it was the state of that class which itself represented, for the time being, society as a whole. In ancient times, the state of slave-owning citizens. In the Middle Ages, the feudal lords. In our own times, the bourgeoisie. When, at last, it becomes the real representative of the whole of society, it renders itself unnecessary. In other words, once the working class takes control of the state and establishes a dictatorship of the proletariat, the conditions will eventually develop for the end of class society and the necessity and conditions for the existence of a state altogether. As soon as there is no longer any social class to be held in subjection, as soon as class rule, and the individual struggle for existence based upon our present anarchy in production, with the collisions and excesses arising from these, are removed, nothing more remains to be repressed, and a special repressive force, a state, is no longer necessary. The first act by virtue of which the state really constitutes itself the representative of the whole of society, the taking possession of the means of production in the name of society, this is, at the same time, its last independent act as a state. State interference in social relations becomes, in one domain after another, superfluous, and then dies out of itself. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, and by the conduct of processes of production. The state is not abolished. It dies out. The role and nature of the state is discussed more in annotation 100, p. 181. Class struggle serves as the basic mode and driving force of social progress and development in the condition of social division that is class antagonism. According to the historical materialist viewpoint, since class division has existed stretching back in history and through to the present day, human history is, in essence, a history of class struggle as it manifests in various forms, and with different degrees, and with different nuances. Class struggle was the struggle of the slaves against the oppression of the slave owner class, it was the struggle of serfs and peasants against the oppression and exploitation of nobles and kings. It is the struggle of wage workers against the oppression and exploitation of the bourgeoisie. In every form of class society, class struggle has eventually led to social revolution, which gives rise to a new mode of production. Therefore, class society can only be developed through the resolution of social, political, and economic antagonisms of class, in other words, through class struggle. In this sense, class struggle is not only the driving force of historical development but also the mode of social progress and development. Taking into consideration the theory of social economic formation 48, it follows that the most fundamental mode and driving force of social progress and development is the motion of the mode of production in society. Annotation 109. A mode is the way or manner in which something exists. According to historical materialism, then, it can be understood that the development of class society exists in the mode of class struggle. This simply means that class society develops because of the internal contradiction between different classes which, together, define class society within a given stage of development. In addition to class struggle, many other contradictions exist within human society. Such contradictions and struggles are detailed and listed in Annotation 107, p. 200, and include religious struggle, national struggle, and so on. None of these other struggles and contradictions, however, define the development of human society from one stage of development to the next. Only class struggle advances human society forward by fundamentally developing the material base and productive forces of human society. Class struggle is, in essence, the contradiction which occurs in the social being and material base of human society. All other forms of struggle are struggles which occur within the superstructure of society. The dialectical materialist perspective indicates that the material determines human consciousness, whereas consciousness can only impact back on the material. Thus, it follows that class struggle determines all other forms of social consciousness struggle, while social consciousness struggles can impact back upon class struggle. Ethnic struggle under feudalism was determined by the nature of feudal class society and class struggle. In essence, ethnicities which dominated the primary means of production were socially dominant over ethnicities which were predominantly peasants. For example, English invaders of Ireland developed and maintained dominance over Irish people through the development of feudal land holdings in Ireland. As feudalism gave way to capitalism, the nature of ethnic domination changed. Instead of dominating Ireland through feudal class relations, Irish workers became proletarianized and dominated through English capitalism. Under both feudalism and capitalism, the ethnic struggle between English peoples and Irish people was determined by the underlying class struggle. However, it is also true that those ethnic struggles impacted back on class struggle. For example, when Ireland secured partial independence from England, it weakened English capitalists in most of Ireland and also led to the more prominent development of an Irish bourgeoisie. Vietnam had a similar pattern of development. The Vietnamese peoples were dominated by French colonialists who co-opted the feudal material base of society to implement colonialism. The ethnic struggle between French colonizers and Vietnamese natives was determined by French control of the means of production, which was taken by force and through the subjugation of the Vietnamese feudal lords and monarchy. The ethnic struggle between the Vietnamese and French colonizers did impact upon the material base and class struggle, but was essentially determined by class struggle. The class analysis of this history is explained in further detail in Annotation 23, p. 34. However, in class society, the motion of the mode of production becomes an antagonistic conflict between classes in society. These economic contradictions can only be resolved through political struggle between the opposing classes. Thus, class struggle has become a political mechanism to resolve contradictions in modes of production, and to fulfill the objective need to develop the productive forces, which drives the development of human society. Annotation 110. The role of the development of the productive forces as the primary driver of the development of human society is discussed more in Annotation 36, p. 52. Political struggle and social revolution are discussed in more detail in the following section. 2. Social revolutions and their role in the development of class society. 1. Definition of social revolution and its causes. In a broad sense, social revolution is a qualitative landmark change in all aspects of social life. It is a method of transitioning from an outdated social economic formation to a new higher level of development. In a narrow sense, social revolution is the overthrow of an outdated political system and the establishment of a more progressive political regime run by the revolutionary class. Annotation 111. It should be noted that not all political actions commonly referred to as revolutions in society are true social revolutions in the historical materialist sense of the term. For example, in feudal society, there may have been a political revolution in which one monarch deposed another monarch and took power over the feudal state. This would not be considered a social revolution in the historical materialist sense of the term because the mode of production and ruling class has not been essentially changed. Similarly, if one bourgeois-dominated party within a capitalist state is overthrown and replaced by another bourgeois-dominated party, then that would not constitute a social revolution. Instead, within the historical materialist framework, such a revolution in which power does not shift from one economic class to another would simply be known as a coup d'état. This phenomenon is described more in annotation 113, below. In a society with class antagonism, social revolution is characterized by armed insurrection of the revolutionary class to seize state power. Social revolution also involves the organization, construction, and use of the new state by the revolutionary class to fundamentally and comprehensively renovate all aspects of society. That is to say, the successful social revolution is the beginning of a new social economic formation. This means that the problem of state authority is the fundamental problem of all social revolutions. At the same time, every social revolution must go through two stages: the stage of taking power and the stage of organizing and building a new state and a new society. Social revolution is different from the concept of reform. Reform refers to changes which take place in one or several areas of social life within a social economic formation in order to improve that social economic formation. Examples of reform include economic institutional reform, national administrative reform, education reform, etc. Annotation 112. Social revolution is the process by which a progressive class overtakes the existing ruling class within society and brings about a new mode of production. Through this process, the revolutionary progressive class constructs a state to preserve and enforce its own agenda and position as the ruling class. The role of the state in human society is described more in annotation 100, p. 181. Reform refers to development which takes place within an existing mode of production. In terms of materialist dialectics, reform is a process of change and motion to the material base and/or superstructure of society which does not constitute a quality shift and negation of the mode of production. Economic institutional reform would include change and development in the economic institutions of a society, such as banks and markets. An example of an economic institutional reform in the United States would be moving from the gold standard system of currency to a fiat monetary system in 1971. This led to fundamental changes in the economic institutions of the United States but did not lead to a change in class relations nor a change in the mode of production. National administrative reform refers to change and development in the state itself, such as a change in the leading political party or elected officials or change to the structure or constitution of the state itself. Such changes may alter the ways in which the ruling class governs the state, but they do not change which class governs the state, so they exist only as measures of reform. Education reform includes change and development within educational institutions of society. Examples would include the development of public schools, changes to university systems, development of vocational training for workers, etc. The concept of social revolution is also different from the concept of coup d'état. A coup d'état is a struggle for state power status between political factions of the ruling class with no intention of changing class relations. Coup d'états can be peaceful or violent. The root cause of social revolution is sharp contradiction within the material production of society itself. This contradiction exists between the objective need for development of the productive forces on one side, and the obsolescence of relations of production on the other side. This contradiction cannot be resolved by any economic or political reform, and manifests as class struggle. It is the development of this class struggle that inevitably leads to an outbreak of social revolution. Annotation 113. Coup d'état is French for stroke of state. A more precise translation would be a sudden decisive exercise of force as applied to the state. A coup d'état is essentially a faux revolution in the sense that state power does change hands, but remains in control of the same ruling class. To put it another way, it is a changeover in power from one faction of the ruling class to another. In terms of the economic mode of production, the ruling class remains unchanged and the mode of production does not shift from one form to another. Historical examples of coups d'états include the rise of the National Socialist political party under Adolf Hitler in the 1930s, which replaced the government of Weimar Germany. The revolutions which took place from 1979 to 1987 in the Republic of Korea, which ended the dictatorship of Park Chung-hee and placed different bourgeois-controlled political parties in power. The independence granted to Australia from the government of the United Kingdom. Although this transition took place peacefully and without much turmoil, it still constituted a fundamental changeover in control over the state from one faction of the bourgeoisie to another, and can therefore be considered a sort of coup d'état in the historical materialist sense of the term. Although each of these political events led to great changes and developments within each respective nation, they did not lead to essential changes in the mode of production and class relations. In each case, the capitalist class remained the dominant class and the proletariat remained oppressed through the capitalist mode of production. Only a revolution which replaces the ruling class with the revolutionary class as the dominant class of society can be considered to be a social revolution in the historical materialist sense of the term. Such a revolution will lead to a major shift in human society as it negates of the old mode of production and ushers in of a new mode of production. Social revolution is always preceded by development of the productive forces to such extent that they are no longer compatible with existing relations of production. Thus it must be understood that social revolution is not brought about by individual human beings nor through human will, but as a result of objective development of the material base of society. This is explained in more detail in annotation 36, p. 52. Any revolution which does not lead to a new mode of production and new relations of production is essentially an act of reform and/or coup d'état. In addition, each social revolution is impacted by subjective factors. The most important subjective factor is the cognitive and organizational development of the revolutionary class. From this cognitive and organizational development, class struggle advances from spontaneous action to self-conscious action. Once the subjective and objective causes have sufficiently ripened and the revolutionary seizes the revolutionary moment, then it is inevitable that a social revolution will explode and potentially succeed. Annotation 114. As explained in annotation 95, p. 168, subjective factors are factors which can vary across time and place and which can vary from one location to another even within the same social formation of human society. The importance of developing class consciousness as a prerequisite for social revolution is discussed more in annotation 50, p. 90. 2. The role of social revolution in the development of class society. Social revolution is the mode and driving force of social development. Without social revolutions in history, the process of replacing any given social economic formation with a new, higher-level social economic formation would not have taken place. With that in mind, Marx affirmed that, revolutions are the locomotives of history, 49 the mode of developing social economic formations. On the other hand, it is thanks to social revolutions that fundamental contradictions of society in the fields of economy, politics, culture, etc. have been resolved, thereby creating a motivation for the progress and development of society. During revolutionary periods, the creative capacity of the masses has been brought into full play, leading to extraordinarily rapid historical developments. One day is equal to 20 years 50. Human history has fully and clearly demonstrated the role of social revolutions that have taken place in the past millennia. Those include the social revolution that made the transition from the original social economic formation to the slave-owning social economic formation. The revolution that abolished slavery and replaced it with feudalism. The bourgeois revolution that toppled the feudal system and established the capitalist regime. The proletarian revolution that abolished the bourgeois dictatorship and established a socialist regime, so far, the greatest and most profound revolution in human history, which completely changes the nature of the old socio-political system by thoroughly abolishing the private ownership system that caused class antagonism to begin with, and which has existed for thousands of years in human history. Annotation 115. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Engels summarized the history of social revolution, starting with a description of medieval/feudal society. Medieval society, individual production on a small scale. Means of production adapted for individual use, hence primitive, ungainly, petty, dwarfed in action. Production for immediate consumption, either of the producer himself or his feudal lord. Only where an excess of production over this consumption occurs is such excess offered for sale, enters into exchange. Production of commodities, therefore, only in its infancy. But already it contains within itself, in embryo, anarchy in the production of society at large. Next, Engels describes how capitalists performed social revolution to become the new ruling class. 2. Capitalist revolution, transformation of industry, at first by means of simple cooperation and manufacture. Concentration of the means of production, hitherto scattered, into great workshops. As a consequence, their transformation from individual to social means of production, a transformation which does not, on the whole, affect the form of exchange. The old forms of appropriation remain in force. The capitalist appears. In his capacity as owner of the means of production, he also appropriates the products and turns them into commodities. Production has become a social act. Exchange and appropriation continue to be individual acts, the acts of individuals. The social product is appropriated by the individual capitalist. Fundamental contradiction, whence arise all the contradictions in which our present-day society moves, and which modern industry brings to light. Engels next describes important factors of capitalist revolution. Severance of the producer from the means of production. Condemnation of the worker to wage labor for life. Antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Growing predominance and increasing effectiveness of the laws governing the production of commodities. Unbridled competition. Contradiction between socialized organization in the individual factory and social anarchy in the production as a whole. On the one hand, perfecting of machinery, made by competition compulsory for each individual manufacturer, and complemented by a constantly growing displacement of laborers. Industrial reserve army. On the other hand, unlimited extension of production, also compulsory under competition, for every manufacturer. On both sides, unheard of development of productive forces, excess of supply over demand, overproduction, and products excess there, of laborers, without employment and without means of existence. But these two levers of production and of social well-being are unable to work together, because the capitalist form of production prevents the productive forces from working and the products from circulating, unless they are first turned into capital, which their very superabundance prevents. The contradiction has grown into an absurdity. The mode of production rises in rebellion against the form of exchange. Partial recognition of the social character of the productive forces forced upon the capitalists themselves. Taking over of the great institutions for production and communication, first by joint stock companies, later in by trusts, then by the state. The bourgeoisie demonstrated to be a superfluous class. All its social functions are now performed by salaried employees. Finally, Engels predicts the outcome of proletarian revolution, which will end class society altogether. 3. Proletarian revolution, solution of the contradictions. The proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie, into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialized character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible. The development of production makes the existence of different classes of society thenceforth an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy in social production vanishes, the political authority of the state dies out. Man, at last the master of his own form of social organization, becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master free. 45 A Great Beginning, V.I. Lenin, 1919. 46 Marx used the term reproduction to refer to processes which allow someone or something to maintain their own existence. In this case, capitalists seek to provide workers with only the bare minimum in wages that would allow the worker to survive and continue working for the capitalist. Workers simultaneously struggle for better benefits from the means of production. This is the basis of political class struggle under capitalism. 47 To the Rural Poor, V.I. Lenin, 1903. 48 CP 159. 49 The Class Struggles in France Karl Marx, 1849. 50 From a Statement of the Politburo of Vietnam, 1975. Chapter 6. Historical Materialist Viewpoints about Humans and the History-Creating Role of the Masses. Humans and Human Nature. 1 Definition of humans. Humans are natural beings with social characteristics. There is a dialectical unity between two essential aspects of human beings, the natural aspect and the social aspect. Annotation 116. The natural aspect of humanity is defined by the relationship between humanity and nature, the social aspect is defined by relationships which exist within and between human societies. Humans are natural beings. This means that humans exist in and as a part of nature. This constitutes a relationship of dialectical unity in which the natural aspect determines the social aspect, but the social aspect can impact back in important ways. What distinguishes human beings from all other elements of nature is the social aspect of humanity. This social aspect describes the ways in which humans can work together to consciously and intentionally develop our material production over time. This social aspect of humanity is further described below. The natural aspect of humanity. The primary material basis which regulates the formation, existence, and development of humanity is the natural world. Annotation 117. The natural world simply refers to the environment which human beings develop within. It is important to note that human beings are not metaphysically distinct from nature, rather, humans exist in dialectical unity with nature. As Engels wrote in the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. We by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other beings of being able to know and correctly apply its laws. For this reason, a fundamental aspect of human beings is that we have a natural aspect. Therefore, scientific research and discovery of the natural structure and natural origin of humans is an important scientific basis for humans to understand ourselves and to master ourselves in every activity that contributes to the history of humanity. Annotation 118. The natural aspect of humanity refers to all the characteristics of human beings which arise from dialectical relationship with the natural world. In addition, humans also have a social aspect which is defined by internal relationships which exist between human beings. The natural and social aspects of humanity are explained more in annotation 119, below. Because human beings have a natural aspect, it is important to study the natural characteristics, phenomena, and relationships of human beings in order to have a comprehensive understanding of humanity. This means we must study fields like human biology, human evolution, human psychology, and so on if we are to fully understand human society and its development. The natural aspect of humanity is analyzed from the following two viewpoints. First, humans are the result of long-term evolution and development in the natural world. The scientific basis of this conclusion has been established by the whole development of materialism and the natural sciences, and, in particular, the Darwinian theory of the evolution of species. Second, humans are part of the natural world, and at the same time, the natural world serves as an inorganic body for humanity. Annotation 119. In Economic and Philosophic Manuscript, written in 1844, Marx wrote that nature is man's inorganic body nature, that is, insofar as it is not itself human body. Man lives on nature means that nature is his body, with which he must remain in continuous interchange if he is not to die. That man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. Marx is describing human beings as having two bodies which allow us to exist in the world. Every individual human being has an organic body which is simply our physical body in the literal sense. This body allows a human being to live and exist in the world. Similarly, nature serves as an inorganic body for all of humanity which we depend upon for life and existence. Therefore, changes in the natural world as well as the direct or indirect impacts of natural laws determine the existence and development of humans and human society, and human society is the medium of material exchange between humans and the natural world. On the other hand, the changes and activities of humans always impact the natural environment, changing that environment. This is the dialectical relationship between the existence of humanity and other existences of the natural world. However, humans are not identical with other existences of the natural world. One attribute which particularly defines humanity is its social aspect. The social aspect of humanity. The social aspect of humanity is expressed by the special relationships which individual humans have with their many social communities, such as family, class, nation, humankind, and so on. Therefore, in addition to having a natural aspect, humans must also have a social aspect, and, moreover, this aspect is particularly defining of humanity. Annotation 120. The social aspect of humanity is what distinguishes human beings from all other entities in the natural world. Human beings are different from all other known forms of life because we are able to form societies and to intentionally work and labor together to develop ourselves through conscious labor activity. This social aspect of humanity is further defined in annotation 122, below. The social aspect of humanity is analyzed from the following viewpoints. First, from the viewpoint of origin. Human beings originated through natural evolution processes and through social origins. The primary factor of social origin is labor. It is through labor processes that we were able to surpass animals to evolve and develop into human beings. This viewpoint of origin is one of the new discoveries of Marxism-Leninism that makes it possible to complete the theory of human origin for the first time in history. Annotation 121. Labor in the dialectical materialist framework refers specifically to conscious human activity. The viewpoint of origin is a starting point of analysis which pertains to the origin of human consciousness and humanity itself. These origins are important because they constitute the starting point for human society. The relationship between matter and consciousness is consistent and predictable in every aspect of human society and at every stage of development of humanity. Matter always determines consciousness, whereas consciousness can always impact back upon matter. Human consciousness originated from human labor activities. This origin is described more in Part 1, p. 74. This is consistent with the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, that matter determines consciousness. Material production processes led to the development of consciousness. The viewpoint of origin is critical for developing a comprehensive and historical perspective of humanity. Marx explains how conscious labor processes enabled human beings to surpass all other animals in economic and philosophic manuscripts. Through material production, humans changed nature. An animal produces only itself, whilst man reproduces the whole of nature. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism further explains how conscious labor activities led to the development of human beings as distinct from all other animals. Social characteristics of humans express themselves in material production. Material production fundamentally demonstrates the social characteristics of humans. Through labor, we create the mental and material means to serve human life. Through labor, humans form conscious thoughts and languages and determine our social relationships. Therefore, labor is the decisive factor in the formation of humanity's social nature as well as the formation of individual personality in a community. Second, from the viewpoint of existence and development. Human existence is always governed by social factors and social laws. As society changes, each person also changes accordingly. Likewise, the development of each individual is the premise for the development of human society. Without social relationships, each human being only exists as a pure biological entity that cannot be human with the full meaning of that term. Annotation 122. In the dialectical materialist framework, all things, phenomena, and ideas are defined by internal and external relationships. Thus, we must understand that each human being as an individual is defined in large part by relationships with other human beings. These relationships between individual humans, in turn, are the internal relationships which define human society. Relationships are also what drive all change, motion, and development. Hence, we can see that human society is defined by relationships between human beings, and human beings are defined by their relationship with human society. Change and development of both human society and individual human beings are driven by these dialectical relationships. These 2 points, taken together, serve as the basis for the viewpoint of existence and development of human society, which holds that the existence and development of humanity is defined by relationships between individual human beings and human society. This is an important starting point of analysis of both human society and of human beings as individuals and is therefore a critical viewpoint of historical materialism. As Marx explained in Grundriss, society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of interrelations, the relations within which these individuals stand. As if someone were to say, seen from the perspective of society, there are no slaves and no citizens, both are human beings. Rather, they are that outside society. To be a slave, to be a citizen, are social characteristics, relations between human beings A and B. Human being A, as such, is not a slave. He is a slave in and through society. To put it another way, whether a person is a slave, a worker, or a capitalist depends entirely on social relations with other human beings. There is no way that a human being could exist in any of these economic classes as an isolated individual. In this manner, society is defined by individuals just as individuals are defined by society. This constitutes a dialectical relationship in which society and individuals mutually change and develop one another over time. The viewpoint of existence and development perceives the social aspect of humanity because it focuses on the fact that human beings are defined by human society. Taking the natural aspect and social aspect of humanity together, we see that human nature is defined by these 2 essential aspects. Human nature is determined by material processes in the natural world and human nature is defined by social interrelations. In both of these aspects, human nature is constantly changing and developing just like all other things, phenomena, and ideas in existence, in accordance with the principle of development of dialectical materialism. Unity of natural and social aspects of humanity. These 2 aspects of humankind, the natural aspect and the social aspect, exist in unity, determine each other, impact each other, and transform each other, thereby creating the potential for creative human activity in the world in the process of making human history. Therefore, explaining the creative nature of humans from only the natural aspect or from only the social aspect is one-sided, incomplete, and will inevitably lead to erroneous conclusions in perception and practice. Annotation 123. The natural aspect and social aspect of humanity exist in unity. This means that they share a dialectical relationship in which they define one another and lead to change and development in one another. Both the natural aspect and the social aspect of humanity contribute dialectically to the creative nature of humanity. The natural aspect determines creativity in human beings because humans must create through labor processes in order to create the necessities for human life. The objective need of human beings to sustain and develop these material needs leads to a creative nature, which also results in an objective need to constantly develop the productive forces of human society. The social aspect determines creativity in human beings because human beings share and cooperate creative developments through various forms of cultural and material exchange. Creativity is therefore a social process in which individual human beings contribute but also receive and learn from one another in order to develop and improve creative abilities over time. Because the natural and social aspects of humanity exist in unity, they must be examined and understood together. It must be understood that they dialectically impact, determine, and develop one another in order to fully understand the nature of human beings completely. The natural labor processes which human beings undertake to provide for our material needs are also social processes, since human beings work together in carrying out and developing these processes. Likewise, the social activity of human beings is determined by labor processes and also impact natural labor processes. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism further defines the relationships which define humanity. Since humans are a product of nature and society, the formation and development of humanity are determined by three distinct but unified sets of laws. The system of natural laws that determines the biological aspects of human beings. These include genetic inheritance and variation, evolution, etc. The system of psychology and consciousness that exists on the basis of human biology. Factors of consciousness and psychology include emotions, desires, beliefs, willpower, and so on. The system of social relations that determine the relations between humans within a society. These three systems of laws, together, provide a comprehensive and unified perception of human life that includes both biological and social aspects. The relationship between biological and social aspects is the basis for our biological and social needs, such as needs for food, clothes, shelter, reproduction, love, aesthetics, and all other mental values. 2. Human nature. In the history of human philosophy, there have been many different conceptions of human nature, but those concepts are usually one-sided, abstract, idealist, and / mystical. Annotation 124. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism elaborates on various perceptions of human nature from various regions and historical periods. Eastern philosophical perception of human nature. Throughout more than 2,000 years of history of Chinese philosophy, the issue of human nature was always of chief concern. In the search for truth about human nature, two major schools of thought emerged which viewed human nature as a phenomenon of political practice and social virtue. These philosophical systems were Confucianism 51 and Legalism. 52. Confucianists believed that humans are essentially good by nature, while legalists saw human nature as essentially evil. A third philosophical system from China that was deeply concerned with attempting to understand human nature was Daoism. 53. Daoist scholars, such as Laozi, approached this issue from a different angle and concluded that human nature is natural. It is important to note that Daoist conceptions of nature and the natural world are quite different from Western conceptions of these concepts. Daoists view nature as a mystical system that includes gods, spirits, ghosts, monsters, and other beings which would be considered supernatural in most Western philosophical systems. According to an article on Daoism by Dr. Phan Ngoc from Vietnam's National Center for Social Sciences and Humanities, the Chinese Daoists did not imagine a god that created the world. Daoists believed that gods, humans, and the natural universe are unified as one whole. Therefore, they believed that ghosts and gods could control human destiny, and that, likewise, humans could contact ghosts and gods through the intermediaries of witches and mediums. That the human body contains thousands of gods and that life is a phenomenon of qi. Daoists believe that humans can achieve immortality through certain spiritual practices, alchemy, qi circulation, and male/female relations. Thus, the deist conception that human beings are natural indicates that human beings are part of a mystical universe and can interact with and be influenced by such spiritual entities as gods and ghosts. Indeed, deists even believe that human beings contain gods and ghosts and can become immortal gods themselves. This is very different from Western perceptions of natural human nature as described below in this annotation. The Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism goes on to explain how different philosophical conceptions of human nature influenced philosophical schools in the East. These different models and perceptions of human nature became the premises for later schools of philosophy in the search for truth about politics, virtue, and human life. Indian philosophical theorists, especially Buddhists, tended to differ from Chinese philosophies of human nature. Buddhists approached the question of human nature from the angle of deep metaphysical thinking about humans and the human view of life. Buddhists concluded that human beings, on the path towards enlightenment, are essentially selfless, impermanent, and good. This is one of the unique conclusions of Buddhist philosophy. Next, it explains different conceptions of human nature in Western idealist philosophical systems. In the West, idealist philosophers focused on rational activity as the basis for human nature. Notable idealist philosophers include Plato of ancient Greece, Descartes of modern French philosophy, and Hegel in the classic German philosophy. Since they were not materialists, these philosophers resorted to mysticism in explaining human nature. To Plato, human nature is rooted in the immortal soul which belongs to the realm of ideas. Descartes argued that human nature is rooted in rationality a priori. Hegel conceived of human nature in relation to his conceptions of the absolute ideal. In modern Western philosophy, many philosophical trends consider the philosophical issues of humans as essential. Plato's realm of ideas is a timeless, unchanging world of perfect, abstract forms or concepts that exist beyond the physical world. According to Plato, the physical world we experience is merely a flawed reflection of these perfect forms. In this conception of reality, humans have an innate ability to recognize such perfect forms because our souls once existed in the realm of ideas before being born into the physical world. This explains why we can identify imperfections in the physical world. Our souls supposedly remember the perfect forms and strive to reconnect with them through reason and philosophy. This constitutes an idealist and mystical conception of reality that has more in common with spirituality than natural science. Descartes argued that rationality is an innate, a priori concept embedded in human nature. Rationality, therefore, is the foundation of knowledge and the basis for understanding truths, such as mathematical and logical principles, which are universally valid and independent of sensory experience. Descartes believed that the capacity for reason is what defines human beings. In his famous statement Cogito, ergo sum, he asserted that the act of thinking proves the existence of the self and highlights the inherent rationality of human nature. This rational capacity allows humans to discern truth, doubt falsehoods, and achieve certainty through clear and distinct ideas. By placing thinking and rationality as the first basis of discovering truth and of existence, Descartes' conceptions of reality and of human nature are distinctly idealist. Hegel believed in what he called the absolute ideal, a unified, dynamic totality of all ideas, history, and consciousness. To Hegel, this absolute ideal represents the complete realization of freedom, reason, and self-awareness in the universe. Hegel believed that human nature is fundamentally tied to the absolute ideal because humans are rational beings who actively participate in its unfolding. In this way, according to Hegel, human nature is not static but is constantly evolving toward greater self-awareness and freedom, ultimately aligning with the absolute ideal. Hegel's conceptions are notable because they accurately perceive human nature as dynamic and constantly changing, which is how Marx and Engels describe human nature in the system of dialectical materialist philosophy. The key difference between Hegelian and Marxist conceptions of human nature is that Hegel's system of thought is idealist, placing human consciousness as the first basis of human nature, whereas Marxist philosophy places its understanding of human nature on a material basis. Existentialism is a Western philosophy that emphasizes individual freedom, choice, and the creation of meaning in a seemingly indifferent or absurd universe. It focuses on subjective experience and the idea that humans define their own essence through their actions and decisions. Existentialism is idealist in the sense that it prioritizes the mind, consciousness, and human agency over material forces of reality. Existentialism asserts that reality is shaped by individual perception, values, and choices rather than by objective, material phenomena, thus putting the conception of human nature on an idealist basis. Next, philosophy of Marxism-Leninism describes Western conceptions of human nature rooted in various materialist philosophies. Many Western materialist philosophers have chosen to view human nature from the perspective of natural science. From ancient times, many Western materialist philosophers have believed that humans have a natural nature. These philosophers consider humans to be no different from other creatures, as human beings are also made from matter. Such materialist conceptions of human nature reject mystical interpretations of human nature. One of the most popular such perceptions is Democritus's conclusion that the human body and soul are made from atoms. This is also the premise for the Epicurean philosophical school. Democritus conceived a materialist view of nature based on a belief that all things, including humans and other animals, are composed of atoms. Epicurus was a Greek philosopher who developed an empiricist philosophy that was rooted in atomistic materialism. Epicurus had an empiricist view of reality, believing that human sensations are the ultimate basis for discovering truth and understanding human nature. These materialist viewpoints were further developed during the Renaissance and in modern times, such as with English and French materialists of the 18th century. This Western materialist conception of human nature was the theoretical premise for the humanist materialist viewpoint of Feuerbach. In essence, Feuerbach's philosophy shifts focus from the divine to the human, asserting that understanding humanity's material and social conditions is key to understanding existence. His ideas heavily influenced Marx and Engels, who built on his materialism while critiquing his lack of emphasis on practical, revolutionary change. Feuerbach's conception of humanist materialism also served as a major influence on the theoretical premises of the materialist viewpoint about humans in Marxism. Feuerbach's philosophy of humanist materialism is centered on the idea that religion and metaphysics are projections of human essence. Feuerbach argued that the material world is the only reality, and consciousness arises from material conditions. Marx and Engels were heavily influenced by Feuerbach's materialism, but they took issue with his sharp focus on human attributes and activities in isolation from the external material world. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism concludes by explaining the important role of Marx's conception of human history. Generally speaking, all philosophical viewpoints before Marx or outside of Marxism have a fundamental shortcoming: they are one-sided in the approaches and methodologies used to find answers to philosophical questions of human nature. Therefore, in the history of humankind, there were many abstract ideas about human nature and idealist perceptions about human life, as well as idealist methods to attempt to liberate humanity. These shortcomings were overcome by the dialectical materialist viewpoint of humans and human nature. Limitations of viewpoints of human nature prior to dialectical materialism. Before the development of dialectical materialist and historical materialist conceptions of humanity, the idea of human nature was quite limited, tending to be one-sided, considering the nature of humanity in only one aspect or from a very limited metaphysical perspective. Such conceptions of human nature tend to see humanity as static and unchanging, or split human beings into metaphysical categories and/or listing characteristics without recognizing the dialectical relationship between humanity and society. According to the textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism by Dr. Nguyen Ngoc Long, throughout history, there have been many different perceptions that differentiate humans from animals. For example, humans have been considered as animals that can use tools, animals that have social characteristics, or even animals that can think, etc. All of these perceptions are one-sided because they only emphasize one aspect of the social nature of humans without pointing out the origin of that social nature. Abstract, considering humanity in terms of pure philosophy without taking into consideration the concrete lives of human beings. In the German ideology, Marx demanded that, in examining humanity, we must seek to understand real, living man. Idealist, focusing entirely on human conscious activity without recognizing the dialectical relationship between matter and consciousness and the fact that material processes determine human conscious activity. Mystical, describing human nature as determined by religious or spiritual forces, deities, or other supernatural phenomena. Such conceptions tend to be fideistic in nature, derived from received wisdom of religious texts or practices or taken on faith, rather than being derived from empirical or scientific observations of reality and human activity. Historically, as Marx and Engels observed, philosophy has tended to exist to justify the ruling class in any given era of class society, and this extended to conceptions of human nature. 54 For example, in the feudal era, human nature was conceived of in ways that tended to justify the feudal mode of production and the dominance of the ruling class of feudal lords, who were described as noble and inherently superior and separated from peasants and other oppressed classes who were seen as subservient by nature. Such limitations are present today in bourgeois philosophy and ideology, which tends to be formulated to defend the capitalist mode of production. For example, a common conception of human nature in bourgeois ideology suggests that human beings are naturally competitive or inherently greedy and that capitalism thus harnesses this innate capitalist human nature. Capitalism is therefore described in many forms of bourgeois philosophy as a natural fit for humanity, even though capitalism has only existed for a very short time in comparison to the thousands of years of human history. Historical materialist conceptions of human nature overcome all of these limitations by recognizing the complex nature of humanity, seeking a comprehensive perspective of humanity through the analysis of internal and external relationships, as well as a historical perspective through the analysis of the development of humanity over time. This historical materialist conception of humanity is described in more detail in the following section. In Theses on Feuerbach, Karl Marx briefly criticized previous conceptions of human nature and affirmed his new conception: the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of the social relations. Annotation 125. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism by Dr. Nguyen Ngoc Long further explains the historical materialist conception of human nature. Affirms that there is no abstract human nature that exists outside of all social and historical conditions and circumstances. Humans are always concrete and specific. This means that humans always live in specific historical conditions at a specific time. In those historical conditions, through our practical activities, humans create material and mental values for the existence and development of our physical and mental health. Humans can only truly express our social nature in that ensemble of social relations. Such ensembles of social relations include relations between classes, individuals, and the mode of production, relations between politics and the economy, relations between the family, the individual, and society. It must be further understood that the above conception of the social nature of humans does not neglect the natural aspect of human life. 55 The natural aspects of humanity exist in unity with social aspects. Even the biological needs of humans also have social characteristics. For example, human beings need to interact with nature and with other humans to meet even the most basic biological needs. No human being can realistically survive in pure isolation without any other human beings forever. The dialectical materialist philosophical methodology defines humanity and human nature in terms of internal and external relationships. This interpretation of human nature correctly asserts that social relations determine human nature through countless processes of development which are driven by these relationships, and that human nature is thus a complex and constantly developing phenomenon in which individual humans interact with and develop human society and vice versa. The basic limitation of the intuitive and metaphysical materialist perspective is that it has abstracted and absolutized the natural aspect of humankind and often underestimated the interpretation of humans from its socio-historical perspective. The intuitive and metaphysical materialist perspective essentially recognizes the natural aspect of humanity alone, while ignoring the social aspect. Annotation 126. Intuitive and metaphysical materialism refers to vulgar forms of materialism which fail to consider the complex social relations which also define humanity. For instance, such conceptions might suffer from mechanical materialism which hold that human beings are exclusively defined by material processes. This perspective fails to take into account the role of human consciousness which can impact back on material reality through conscious labor activity. Intuitive conceptions of human nature tend to suffer from various deviations from dialectical materialism which cause confusion, distortion in perception of reality, and other mistakes and lapses in analysis. Such deviations include: dogmatism refers to ignoring practical experience and holding pre-established theory and ideas as unalterable truth. Mechanical materialists are often dogmatic in their belief that the material alone accounts for all change and development in the world, ignoring the evidence that conscious activities can impact back on the material world. Dogmatism can also lead to intuitive perceptions of human nature, wherein people preconceive of their own ideas about human nature and ignore all evidence which contradicts those preconceptions. Solipsism is the belief that the self is the only basis for truth. Solipsism is the root cause of intuitive conceptions of human nature, as it exclusively relies on personal intuition as a basis for discovering truth solely in one's own thoughts and ideas. Subjectivism is the centering of one's own self and one's own conscious activities, as well as a failure to test one's own perceptions against material and social reality. Subjectivists, like solipsists, tend to believe that they can reason their way to truth without testing their ideas against objective reality. This tends to lead to intuitive notions of human nature that ultimately fail to discover truth. In ignoring the social aspect of humanity, mechanical materialists neglect to recognize the important ways in which social consciousness can impact back upon social being. This is further explained in annotation 78, p. 140. In contrast to the intuitive and metaphysical materialist conception of human nature, the dialectical materialist conception of human nature acknowledges the natural aspect, while also analyzing humans from the perspective of socio-historical relations, thereby discovering the social aspect of humanity. Furthermore, the social aspect of humanity is the most essential aspect that makes a person, that is to say, it is the social aspect of humanity which distinguishes humans from other existences of the natural world. Thus, it is possible to define humans as a natural entity, but as a natural entity with social characteristics. Thus, in reality, human nature is the ensemble of the social relations because human society is composed of all relationships between people in all fields, including political, economic, cultural, and so on. The dialectical materialist viewpoint of the social aspect of humanity is the exploration of the formation and development of humanity, and the human ability to create history, through the analysis of the formation and development of social relations in history. Annotation 127. The historical materialist perspective does not consider fields of study such as sociology, anthropology, human biology, psychology, natural history, and human history to be metaphysically distinct from one another. Instead, historical materialism examines the dialectical relationship between all of these fields to develop a comprehensive and historical understanding of humanity. Historical materialism is fundamentally the study of humanity using the dialectical materialist philosophical methodology which seeks understanding through the exploration of internal and external relationships and the development which these relationships cause over time. Thus, it is critical to understand the origin and development of humanity to understand humanity today, to make reasonable predictions about the future, and to effect change in the material world. Humans are uniquely able to create history because only humans are able to recall, organize, analyze, and interpret historic records through conscious activity. This gives human beings a unique and profound ability to understand how objective reality has developed over time. By analyzing and interpreting history, we are able to develop a scientific understanding of how our own society has developed, the objective and material basis for this development, and the objective laws which govern this development. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and materialist dialectical methodology to the study and analysis of human history. Historical materialism exists with the objective of understanding the history and development of capitalism so that it can ultimately be superseded and so that a stateless, classless society can be built and human beings can begin collectively writing our own history without the inherent limitations of economic class division. Marx explained in economic and philosophic manuscripts that communism is the complete return of man to himself as a social being, a return accomplished consciously and embracing the entire wealth of previous development. This means that once human beings have built a communist society, it will enable the human species to consciously write our own history in ways that were not previously possible in class society. Rather than being bound to the objective social forces of class struggle, humanity will be free to pursue objectives of our own collective choosing. This will only be possible once human society, the human individual, and the natural world are brought into harmonious unity, and this harmony must be built consciously, and collectively, by humanity as a whole. This is, in essence, communism as defined by Karl Marx. This communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature and between man and man, the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. From the anthropological viewpoint, i.e., from the viewpoint of the natural aspect of humanity, an enslaved person is simply a person. Only in the economic-political relations of the slave-owning society do they become an enslaved person. Under socialist political economic relations, the same person would become a free person, a master and creator of history. Thus, there is no inherent and constant slave nature of any person, derived from ethnicity, national origin, etc. The characteristic of being enslaved is an objective outcome of socio-political economic relations under certain historical conditions. When these relationships change, it also creates a change in human nature. Therefore, the liberation of human nature needs to be directed towards the liberation of economic, political, cultural, and social relations, through which the history-creating ability of humans can be promoted. Annotation 128. Human beings in slave societies are not enslaved because of any characteristic related to biology, national origin, or other subjective characteristics. Rather, human beings become enslaved because of objective material conditions which give rise to the phenomenon of slavery. The Soviet textbook Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism summarizes the material conditions which led to slavery in ancient societies. The foundation of the production relations of this system was private ownership not only of the means of production, but also of the workmen themselves as slaves. The slave owner's property rights over the slaves and over all they produced was determined by the level of development of the productive forces of that epoch. This level was sufficiently high to give rise to the possibility of exploitation of the working people. But at the same time productivity was still so low that exploitation of the workmen and appropriation of a part of what they produced could be accomplished only by reducing the consumption of slaves to a minimum, leaving them just enough to prevent them from dying of hunger. 56. Throughout history, various societies have attempted to justify exploitative practices such as slavery by developing ideologies which suggest that some groups of human beings are inferior to others. This constitutes false consciousness which has been fabricated by ruling classes to excuse their own abuses against their fellow human beings. In truth, every human being has the capacity to be free and to have a voice and power in society. There is no objective justification for the exploitation or enslavement of any human being. Class society itself is a manifestation of social relations of human beings, and humanity will not be freed from class society through mysticism, technological innovation, nor any other such pursuit outside of the development of class consciousness of the working class. Only working class consciousness can lead to social revolution, which will eliminate class society, as explained Chapter 5, Section 2, starting on p. 207. Of all the social relations which exist between human beings, economic relations are most important, as these objective/material relations play a determining role in the existence and development of humanity. This is the basis of social economic formation theory, which is explained more in Chapter 4 starting on p. 159. Thus, there are no non-historical humans. We are always attached to certain historical conditions. It is necessary from such a viewpoint to properly explain the ability of humans to create history. The limitations of the history-creating ability of peasants cannot be explained from their nature, but, on the contrary, must be explained from the perspective of the limited level of development of economic, political, and cultural relations of feudal society. Annotation 129. In order for a non-historical human to exist, that human would have to have absolutely no relationship to any other human being, which is inherently impossible. All human beings are products of and participants in social relations, and these social relations lead to the development of human society, and this development is what we call history. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism further explains the historical characteristics of human beings. If there were no natural world, no human society, and no history, then there would be no human beings. Therefore, humans are a product of history and of the long-term evolution of the biological world. However, the most important thing to remember is this: humans are always the subject of social history. As social beings, humans engage in practical activities together. We impact nature, change nature, and at the same time in doing so, cause the development of social history. Animals rely on existing conditions of nature. Humans, on the other hand, develop nature with our practical activities, and create a second nature following our purposes. This second nature is the social aspect of humanity. Thus, humans, from the social nature viewpoint, are a product of history. To the extent that history creates humans, humans also create history to the same extent. This is the dialectical relationship between humans, as the subject of history, and the history that we have created ourselves. Simultaneously, humans are regulated by the history we have created. Annotation 130. Human society and human history exist in dialectical unity with each other. This is simply a manifestation of the principle of development of dialectical materialism. This principle states that development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself, the process of solving the contradictions within things and phenomena. Therefore, development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. Human society is defined by internal and external relationships which cause development and change over time, and human history is simply the sum total of all of those developments over time. Humanity in our present capitalist society and humanity as it existed under feudalism are one in the same. Capitalism and feudalism are simply different stages of development of the same subject, humanity. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism further explains. In the process of changing nature, humans also create our own history. Humans are a product of history and at the same time are the ones that create our own history. Production activities are, on the one hand, the necessary conditions for the existence of humans, and on the other hand, the method that we use to change our life and society. On the basis of fully understanding the social historical rules, and with both mental and material activities, humans cause the development of society from lower to higher levels, and to make the society more suitable to our needs. There would be no objective laws of development of human society if there were no human activities. And, by extension, there would be no history of the entirety of human society if there were no human activities. Therefore, it can be seen that the basic limitation of the metaphysical materialist conception of human nature is that it only sees the decisiveness of the historical situations upon humans, but does not see the creative relationship of humans in the process of changing the situation and therefore also changing ourselves. Annotation 131. This metaphysical/mechanical materialist conception of human nature is rooted in a misunderstanding of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Such vulgar materialism argues that matter and material processes completely dictate human consciousness. Thus, a metaphysical materialist conception of human history would argue that human beings are simply swept up in objective processes of history without any ability to affect the development of human society. Similarly, a metaphysical materialist conception of human nature would argue that human beings lack agency in the world and are unable to affect the world. The dialectical materialist conception argues, in contrast, that matter determines consciousness but that consciousness can impact back on matter through conscious labor activity. Thus, human history is determined by objective material processes but human beings are capable of impacting back on those processes. A dialectical materialist conception of human nature must allow for the human ability to impact back on our society and to intervene in historical processes. Ultimately, the dialectical materialist conception of humanity must accurately reflect the conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness without straying into metaphysical materialism, which holds that material processes completely dictate the development of humanity, while simultaneously avoiding idealism, which holds that human consciousness can completely determine material processes. Marx asserted that the materialist doctrine that men are products of circumstances and upbringing, forgets that it is men who change circumstances, and that the educator must himself be educated. In the work Dialectics of Nature, Engels also argued that animals also have a history, that of their derivation and gradual evolution to their present position. This history, however, is made for them, and as far as they themselves take part in it, this occurs without their knowledge or desire. On the other hand, the more that human beings become removed from animals in the narrower sense of the word, the more they make their own history consciously. Therefore, as a social entity, people, through practical activities, affect the natural world and modify the natural world according to their needs for survival and development. At the same time, people also create their own history and carry out the development of that history. Annotation 132. Humanity is able to consciously develop itself through practical activity, but there are limitations to this conscious development, especially in class society. As Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, they do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. Class society is a major impediment to humanity's ability to consciously develop our own history. This is because class society forces humanity to develop in accordance with class struggle, contradiction and opposition which occurs between competing classes of human society. Once class society is abolished entirely, humanity will have much more freedom to collectively and consciously determine our own social self-development. This is discussed more in Annotation 115, p. 210. From the Marxist-Leninist scientific conception of humanity, the following important methodological implications can be drawn. First, it is impossible to scientifically explain human problems only through examining the natural aspect of humanity. It is fundamental to also examine the social aspect of humanity, i.e., the economic and social relations of humans. Second, the fundamental driving force of the progress and development of society is the capacity of humanity to create history. Therefore, we must promote the creative capacity of each person, because humans are the main driving force of the progress and development of society. Third, human liberation, in order to promote history-creating ability of humanity, must be directed towards the cause of liberating social-economic relations. In that methodological sense, it can be seen that one of the most fundamental values of the socialist revolution lies in the goal of thoroughly abolishing oppressive and exploitative social-economic relations which suppress the ability of humans to create history. Revolution must also carry out the cause of liberating all of humankind by building socialist and communist social-economic relations in order to establish and develop a society where one person's creation becomes the condition for another's freedom and creativity. That is also the most noble moral philosophy of communism, one for all and all for one. Annotation 133. The phrase one for all and all for one was made most famous by Alexandre Dumas 57 as the oath of the main characters in his novel The Three Musketeers, but its origins go back centuries, originally formulated in Latin as unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. This slogan became widely adopted by communists around the world during the 20th century. As an example, it was used by Soviet labor brigades of the 1960s and was featured as a principle of the moral code of the builder of communism, which was adopted by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1961. In Vietnam, the expression is translated as Mot Nuoi 6 Moi Nuoi 6 Mot Nuoi, and it is commonly used by Vietnamese communists to express the spirit and attitude of communist revolution. For example, the expression was used in the Great Unity, the official newspaper of Vietnam's Fatherland Front during the outbreak of COVID in 2020. One for all and all for one refers not only to each person's awareness of the community, but also to the actions and gestures of sacrificing the interests of individuals, organizations, and businesses, joining hands to prevent the epidemic. Notably, all for one and one for all was the favorite motto of Jenny Marx 58, daughter of Karl Marx. The expression was also used by Ho Chi Minh in What Are Socialist Ideologies and Socialist Manners, which can be found in Appendix J, p. 276. 2. Definition of the masses and the history-creating role of the masses. 50-year anniversary of the liberation of the south of Vietnam. Uphold the spirit of unity, fortitude, and self-reliance in building and defending the nation. 1. Definition of the masses. Humans are the creators of history, but not in a way that is individual, discrete, nor isolated. Rather, history is a process of gathering people together into well-organized social communities, led by individuals or organizations, in order to solve historical tasks in the economic, political, and cultural fields of society. We refer to such gathered and organized social community within a society as the masses. The basic forces forming the community of the masses include: first, workers, who produce material and intellectual wealth. The workers are the basic nucleus of the community of the masses. Second, people who oppose the oppressive, exploitative ruling class. Third, social classes and strata that directly or indirectly promote social progress through their activities in all areas of social life. The masses are not an unchanging community, but in fact, are constantly changing in accordance with the changes of historical missions which exist during certain periods and at certain levels of development. However, the most fundamental force of the masses are the workers who produce material and intellectual wealth for the survival and development of society. In addition, depending on certain historical conditions, the community of the masses may also include different class forces and social classes. Annotation 134. According to philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, the processes of motion and development of history result from the activities of a massive group of people, called the masses, under the leadership of an individual or an organization to fulfill their purposes and to meet their demands. Based on different social historical conditions and the mission of each era, the masses include different component classes and social strata. In short, the masses consist of groups of people that share a fundamental interest. The masses contain different groups, classes, and social strata who act under the same leadership of a person, organization, or political party to solve the economic, political, social issues of a specific era. The masses is a historical category. It changes in accordance with the development of social history. The transition from feudalism to capitalism can be considered as an example of how the masses can change and develop over time. Under feudalism, the monarch and feudal lords were the ruling class. These rulers of society held power over the working masses, which included peasants, craftsmen, merchants, and other strata of oppressed working people. Over time, the masses came under the leadership of the emerging revolutionary bourgeois class. The bourgeoisie developed an ideological program of bourgeois democracy and organized the emerging working class into a mass formation of society, which it led to social revolution against the old feudal ruling class. Prior to this development, the masses of working people were under the leadership and direction of the feudal class. Monarchs and feudal lords led and directed society to solve the problems of securing food and other necessities so that human life could be sustained. The bourgeoisie could not have become the ruling class on its own. In order to enact a successful revolution against the feudal class, it became necessary for the bourgeoisie to organize the other oppressed classes into a mass movement which was large and powerful enough to successfully wage social revolution. Only then could society advance to the next stage of development, from feudalism to capitalism. The necessity of social revolution in advancing society is discussed more in annotation 36, p. 53. After the bourgeoisie seized leadership of the masses, the character of the masses and all of society fundamentally changed. Now workers are organized under the leadership of bourgeois political parties. Such parties, which are controlled by the capitalist class, are responsible for leading and organizing the masses to provide for the material needs of humanity under capitalism. Dr. Don Dion, professor at the Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics, gives the following definition to social progress. Social progress is the forward path of society. The founders of scientific socialism determined that social progress is the process of development of human society from lower levels to higher levels, from one socio-economic form to another, higher socio-economic form, which brings better material and mental/intellectual value, furthering the perfection of human nature. Thus, the connotation of social progress must simultaneously and correspondingly manifest from the development of productive forces to the development of production relations, from the development of the economic base to the development of superstructure, from the development of social being to the development of social consciousness, from improving the standard of living of people and making people free from all oppression, exploitation, injustice, to the comprehensive development and self-mastery of their own lives. The task of scientific socialism, and the historical mission of the working class, is to develop a proletarian leadership for the masses. This can only be achieved through the development of working-class political parties which will eventually enact social revolution and seize control of the state. Once the working masses lead themselves, the conditions will finally exist for class society to be dismantled. 2. The history-creating role of the masses and the role of the individuals in history. Before the development of the Marxist-Leninist methodology and the viewpoint of historical materialism, historians did not properly perceive the history-creating role of the masses. This was because of the inherent limitations of the theoretical origins of previous studies of human history, including idealist and religious viewpoints as well as metaphysical methods of analyzing problems in society. According to the historical materialist viewpoint, the masses are the true creators of history, and the force that determines the development of history. Therefore, history is, first and foremost, the history of the masses' activities in all fields of society. 3 principles of historical development define and outline the role of the masses in creating history. First, the masses are the fundamental productive force of every society which directly produce material wealth to meet the needs of existence and development of humans and society. This is the most important need of every society at all times and in all historical periods. Second, along with the process of creating material wealth, the masses are also the force that directly or indirectly create the intellectual values of society. The masses directly or indirectly verify the intellectual values that have been created by generations of humans and individuals throughout history. The activities of the masses are the decisive practical basis and the source of the cultural and mental creations of society. All intellectual values ultimately exist to serve the activities of the masses and only have practical meaning once materialized by the people's practical activities. Third, the working masses are the fundamental driving force of all revolutions and reforms in history. Human history has proven that no revolution or social reform can succeed if it does not come from the interests and aspirations of the masses. With such meaning, it can be said that the revolution is a festival of the masses and that, in that festival, the masses create history rapidly. One day is equal to 20 years. Thus, revolutions and social reforms rely upon the masses, and the creativity of the masses also require revolutions and social reforms in order to develop. That is the dialectic of the social development process. Annotation 135. As Lenin wrote in Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. Revolutions are the locomotives of history, said Marx. Revolutions are the festivals of the oppressed and the exploited. At no other time are the masses of the people in a position to come forward so actively as creators of a new social order as at a time of revolution. At such times the people are capable of performing miracles, if judged by the narrow, Philistine scale of gradual progress. Lenin went on to explain the decisive role which class-conscious ideologists and leaders must play in guiding the masses to revolution towards social revolution against capitalism. But the leaders of the revolutionary parties must also make their aims more comprehensive and bold at such a time, so that their slogans shall always be in advance of the revolutionary initiative of the masses, serve as a beacon, reveal to them our democratic and socialist ideal in all its magnitude and splendor and show them the shortest and most direct route to complete, absolute and decisive victory. The history-creating role of the masses can never be separated from the specific roles of each individual, especially the roles of individuals in positions of leadership in each community. According to Lenin, not a single class in history has achieved power without producing its political leaders, its prominent representatives able to organize a movement and lead it. The concept of individual refers to every particular human being who lives in a certain social community and is distinguished from other human beings through uniqueness and universality. Accordingly, each individual is a unified whole with both individual and universal characteristics. Individuals are the subjects of labor and of all social relations and consciousness. Through creative labor processes, individuals perform social functions in every period of development in history. Annotation 136. Social change and revolution results from contradiction between three core subjects. The masses, which include all working human beings who provide humanity with the essential needs of life. Individuals, of which the masses are composed. Ideological revolutionary leaders, who are themselves individual members of the masses, and who help to develop and disseminate the ideological programs which build class consciousness. Building towards social revolution, therefore, is a dialectical process in which all of these subjects define and develop each other. The masses must develop class consciousness and solidarity to consciously engage in revolution. This means that individuals must be developed over time until enough of the masses are conscious enough to participate in revolution. This means that social revolutionary leaders are needed to inspire, teach, and develop individuals towards social revolution. As the masses create history, each individual depending on their position, functions, roles, and specific creative capacity can participate in the process of creating the history of the masses. In this sense, each individual of every community has imprinted its mark on the history-creating process, although the extent and scale of this imprint may vary. However, leaving the deepest imprints in the historical process are often the leaders, and especially great people. Great people are outstanding individuals in the fields of politics, economics, science, art, etc. In Marxism-Leninism, the concept of leaders is often used to refer to outstanding individuals created by the revolutionary movement of the masses who are strongly associated with the masses. In order to become a leader of the masses and be trusted by the masses, a leader must possess the following basic qualities. First, they must have erudite scientific knowledge and be able to grasp the trends of the motion and development of history. Second, they must be capable of gathering the masses, unifying the will and actions of the masses in the settlement of historical tasks, and promoting the progress and development of history. Third, they must be closely attached to the masses, and must sacrifice their own individual interests for the interests of the masses. In any period and in any social community, if history sets forth tasks that need to be solved, leaders will inevitably emerge from the mass movement who will meet those tasks. Thus, absolutizing the role of the masses while forgetting the role of the individuals, or absolutizing the role of individuals, leaders, and great people while disregarding the role of the masses constitutes a failure to properly apply the historical materialist methodology in the study of history. Such failure to properly understand the dialectical relationship between individuals and the masses will make it impossible to accurately explain the motion and development processes of human history in general as well as each social community history in particular. Annotation 137. Before the development of historical materialism, a common misconception about society was the great man theory of history. This theory held that human history moved forward primarily and essentially because of the actions of individual great human beings who moved society forward through their will, intellect, and other personal qualities. This is an idealist conception of history as it attributes the motion of history to the consciousness of particular individual human beings. Historical materialism refutes the great man theory of history by recognizing that the primary and essential motion of history is material motion which occurs within the material base and social being of human society. Individuals, including great individuals, do play a role in history, but only in so much as they are able to impact the masses and human society through conscious activity. This is consistent with the dialectical materialist conception of human history, which states that human consciousness can impact the objective world through conscious labor activities. Historical materialism also recognizes that leaders and great people emerge from the masses and from the material forces of history. That is to say, every period of class struggle will eventually lead to leaders emerging to impact the rest of society and to develop ideologies which will lead to social revolution. It must be understood that individual leaders, themselves, do not create history and do not have any sort of metaphysical/mystical properties such as are ascribed by the great man theory of history. As Engels wrote in a letter to Borgias in 1894, "Men make their history themselves, but not as yet with a collective will or according to a collective plan. Their efforts clash, and for that very reason all such societies are governed by necessity, which is supplemented by and appears under the forms of accident. The necessity which here asserts itself amidst all accident is again ultimately economic necessity. This is where the so-called great men come in for treatment. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at that particular time in that given country is of course pure accident. But cut him out and there will be a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own war, had rendered necessary, was an accident, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that the man has always been found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. Scientific socialism demands that all scientific socialists strive to become leaders and to seek greatness by developing class consciousness among the masses, leading the masses, and building and organizing towards social revolution. The history-creating role of the masses depends on objective and subjective conditions, which include the development level of the mode of production, the awareness level of each individual, each class, or each social force, the level of social organization, the nature of the social system. Therefore, the analysis of the historical creative role of the masses needs to be considered from a comprehensive and historical perspective. The Marxist-Leninist theory of the history-creating role of the masses as well as the role of individuals in the historical process has provided an important scientific methodology for cognitive and cultural activities through two significant achievements. First, the scientific explanation of the decisive role of the masses in making history has erased the error of idealism that has long dominated human consciousness in the analysis of the motivations and forces which create human history, and has provided a scientific methodology for the study and assessment of history through the analysis of the dialectical relations between the masses and individuals. Second, the explanation of the decisive role of the masses has provided a scientific methodology for communist parties to analyze social forces and to organize and build up the people's mass force in the socialist revolution. This allows for the alliance of the working class with the peasantry and the intelligentsia under the leadership of the Communist Party, which is the basis through which all possible forces must be gathered to create great impetus in the socialist revolution all the way through to the final victory. Uphold victory and enthusiastically move forward. Afterward. This concludes Part 2 of the Vietnamese curriculum of Marxism-Leninism. Parts 1 and 2 of this curriculum, taken together, constitute a full year of study for a typical Vietnamese college student. Taken together, dialectical and historical materialism are the ideological foundation of all Marxist-Leninist theory and practice. The rest of the curriculum will build upon this foundation by giving students a deeper understanding of class society and the measures that must be taken to bring about its end through social revolution. At the time of publication of this book, we at Banyan House are already in the process of translating and editing the rest of the curriculum, which consists of Part 3, Political Economy. This section condenses the 3 cardinal volumes of Capital by Karl Marx and covers 3 primary doctrines. The doctrine of value, the doctrine of surplus value, the doctrines of monopolist capitalism and state monopolist capitalism. Political economy, in this course, can be considered the application of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to the analysis and understanding of the capitalist mode of production from the perspective of the socialist revolutionary movement. Part 4, Scientific Socialism. This section relies on an established understanding of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and political economy as a foundation for developing socialist revolution. The 3 chapters of this section on scientific socialism are the historical mission of the working class and the socialist revolution, the primary social-political issues of the process of building a socialist revolution, realistic socialism and potential socialism. Moving forward, we believe that this book, along with Part 1 of the curriculum, provides the reader with enough of a foundation to continue studying Marxist-Leninist works and to begin applying the principles of historical materialism in the analysis of human society and its historical development. That said, we highly discourage readers from self-study in isolation, just as we discourage individual political action. The best way to study socialism is alongside other socialists. Depending on where you live, you may be able to find political education resources provided by communist parties, socialist book clubs, or other organizations. If such resources aren't available, it should be fairly easy to find study groups, workshops, and affinity groups online where you can study with like-minded comrades. Victory will be ours. Our most sincere hope is that you will apply what is learned from this curriculum in your daily life and in your political practice. As Ho Chi Minh once said, to study Marxism-Leninism is to learn the spirit in which one should deal with things, with other people, and with oneself. In the following pages we provide several appendices which include reference material as well as articles and excerpts from texts which we find to be excellent examples of historical materialism applied to the study of humanity by Marxist-Leninist scholars from Vietnam and from the Soviet Union. As with the curriculum itself, we have provided annotations to provide context for the theoretical concepts and terminology being applied. We hope that this material will give you an even deeper insight into how historical materialism can be used to analyze the conditions of society and to plan and implement the work of social revolution. In closing, we would like to thank, one last time, Gerald Horn and Anthony Ballas for your wonderful introduction to this text as well as David Pete for your invaluable assistance in making this text legible. Finally, we want to acknowledge the monumental work of the Vietnamese scholars who wrote and revised the original text from which this volume is drawn. We also want to recognize once more the donors and supporters who have given us the precious resource of time to translate and annotate this work. If you would like to download the free digital version of this book, support future translation work, or get in touch, you can visit our website. We will leave you, once again, with the immortal words of the manifesto. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. In solidarity. Loon and Wen, translator and annotations. Emmer Eichen Johnson, editor, illustrator, and annotations. Appendix A. Dialectical Materialism Fundamentals. This is a summary of the foundational elements of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics with corresponding references to Part 1 of this curriculum. Basic pairs of categories used in materialist dialectics. Private and common. CP 128. Reason and result. CP 138. Obviousness and randomness. CP 144. Content and form. CP 147. Essence and phenomenon. CP 156. Possibility and reality. CP 160. The two basic principles of dialectical materialism. The principle of general relationships. Materialist dialectics upholds the position that all things, phenomena, and ideas exist in mutual relationships with each other, regulate each other, transform into each other, and that nothing exists in complete isolation. From this principle we derive the characteristic of diversity in unity and the characteristic of unity in diversity. See Part 1, p. 110. The principle of development. Development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself, the process of solving the contradictions within things and phenomena. Therefore, development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. From this principle we derive the characteristics of objectiveness of development, generality of development, and diversity of development. See Part 1, p. 124. The three universal laws of materialist dialectics. The law of transformation between quantity and quality. In nature, in a manner exactly fixed for each individual case, qualitative changes can only occur by the quantitative addition or subtraction or motion. See Part 1, p. 163. The law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradiction which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. See Part 1, p. 175. The law of negation. The true, natural, historical, and dialectical negation is the moving source of all development, the division into opposites, their struggle and resolution, and what is more, on the basis of experience gained, the original point is achieved again, but at a higher stage. See Part 1, p. 185. Appendix B. Laws of historical materialism. Law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces. The development level of productive forces must suit the development level of the relations of production. Whenever productive forces develop to such a degree that they are no longer suitable with the relations of production, this creates an objective need for the relations of production to change. Until the relations of production develop to a more suitable form, human material production processes will be inefficient and many problems will result from this lack of suitability. CP 42 for more information. Law of the economic base determining the superstructure of society. Every economic base forms a suitable superstructure to maintain and protect the base. Changes in the base create an objective need to have corresponding changes in the superstructure. Contradictions in the base are reflected in the contradictions within the superstructure. Struggles between different socio-political ideologies as well as conflicts between different socio-political interests all have root causes in class struggle to benefit from the economic base of society. CP 90 for more information. Law of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. Social being determines social consciousness, while social consciousness impacts back upon social being. This follows the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship of matter and consciousness. Note that in this relationship, social consciousness maintains relative independence from social being. See p. 124 for more information. Appendix C. Principles of Social Formation Theory and Rules of Historical Materialist Methodology. For a full explanation of these principles and rules and how they correspond to Foundations of Dialectical Materialism, see Annotation 98, p. 176. Appendix D. Structure of Human Society. Appendix E. Subjectivity and Objectivity in Dialectical Materialism and Historical Materialism. Distinguishing between subjectivity and objectivity is critically important in understanding and applying the principles of dialectical materialism, materialist dialectics, and historical materialism. Subjectivity relates to the internal. Objectivity relates to the external. Subjectivity and objectivity are always relative. Subjectivity and objectivity are relative concepts which pertain to internal and external relationships. Objective as the general and subjective as the specific. Another way of thinking about subjectivity and objectivity is in terms of the specific and the general. These concepts are related to the private and common category pair of materialist dialectics, which is discussed more in Part 1 starting on p. 128. Subjectivity and objectivity also relate to specificity and generality. In terms of generality and specificity, objective laws and factors generally encompass specific subjects. As objectivity and generality increase, more subjects are encompassed, and vice versa. The most objective laws, factors, and phenomena are factors which are considered universal as they encompass all subjects in the universe. The most specific factors are considered unique as they have only one specific existence in the universe. All subjects have both universal and unique aspects. This is the principle of unity in diversity and diversity in unity, which is further explained in Part 1 starting on p. 108. Defining a subject through internal and external relationships. A subject is a thing, phenomenon, or idea with a stable form which exists and develops over time. Every subject is defined, changed, and developed by internal and external relationships. Internal relationships drive the internal motion and development of a subject. The combination of all a subject's internal relationships essentially define that subject. External relationships govern the development of a subject via objective laws. External relationships impact and change a subject through processes of dialectical contradiction and negation. External relationships can further define a subject, especially as part of an encompassing system. For example, a left shoe's external relationship with the right shoe defines it in the context of the encompassing system of a pair of shoes. Definition and characteristics of the objective. The objective encompasses everything that is external to a subject. What is considered objective depends on the subject at hand. Examples. From the perspective of Bob, Alice is objective. Relative to the Earth, the Moon is objective. Relative to our solar system, both the Earth and the Moon are subjective. Definition of objective laws. Objective laws are laws which generally and universally govern everything which is relatively subjective to some objective system of relationships. Objective laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics constitute a universal philosophy and methodology which encompasses the analysis of all things, phenomena, and ideas. As such, the universal laws of dialectical materialism are laws which are theorized to govern and regulate all things, phenomena, and ideas in our universe. Overview of subjective and objective factors and properties. Objective factors of humanity. All human beings share certain characteristics, needs, and objective factors/conditions. Examples. All human beings have objective needs which must be met for survival, such as food, clothing, shelter, etc. All human beings must engage in material production processes to meet objective needs to sustain and reproduce our own lives. All human beings evolved in nature, exist in dialectical unity with nature, and are governed by the same laws of nature. Objective laws of historical materialism. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to the analysis of human society. Therefore, the objective laws of historical materialism are laws which are theorized to govern and regulate all of human society. In order for a law to be considered objective within the framework of historical materialism, it must be objective to all of humanity. This means that an objective law of historical materialism must apply to all human societies at all times and in all places throughout history. The laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics govern humanity just as they govern all other subjects in the universe. The laws and principles of historical materialism are derived from and must not contradict the laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Laws of dialectical materialism govern all subjects in our universe. Laws of historical materialism are rooted in the laws of dialectical materialism and govern all of humanity. Laws of historical materialism reflect laws of dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism asserts a universal conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, that matter determines consciousness while consciousness can impact back upon the material world. Historical materialist theory is objective relative to human society, but subjective relative to the laws of dialectical materialism. The laws of historical materialism, therefore, must uphold the universal dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Based on these truths, we arrive at this summarization. The objective laws of historical materialism are laws which govern and regulate all human societies in every time and place in accordance with the universally objective laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Subjective factors of historical materialism. Within the framework of historical materialism, subjective factors are any factors which are not shared universally by all of human society. Subjective factors vary from time and place and contribute to the richness and diversity of human civilization. Examples: political power levels of different classes can vary over time and lead to drastically different conditions and outcomes for revolutionary activities. International relations can impact greatly on human societies. War, colonization, imperialism, and other relations can negatively impact a nation, just as peaceful relations and trade can greatly benefit nations. Social consciousness and social psychology can vary significantly and can have great impact in the development of a society, i.e., the development of class consciousness is a prerequisite for social revolution which must be carried out before a society can move from one mode of production to the next. Subjective factors are governed and regulated by objective laws. Subjective factors can significantly impact the development of a specific human society, but they cannot override or contradict the objective laws of historical materialism. Objective conditions determine the existence of any and every human society. In particular, the economic base of human society plays a determining role in the development of human society because economic processes of material production allow human beings to survive and reproduce in the natural world. As such, the objective laws of historical materialism govern and regulate all human societies regardless of subjective factors. Subjective factors must also be considered in the analysis of any and every human society because subjective/internal relationships drive the motion and development of every society. Subjective laws do exist, but by their nature they are not universal, nor do they pertain to all aspects of human society. Whereas objective laws are inherently eternal, many subjective laws may change and develop over time. Objective laws govern and regulate subjective laws. Properly assessing objectivity and subjectivity. Our analysis of human society must avoid errors of objectivity and subjectivity. We must not absolutize the objective nor should we ignore the subjective. To do so leads to errors of mechanical materialism, empiricism, etc. Such errors falsely assert that only objective factors and laws matter in the development processes of humanity while neglecting to account for subjective factors. We must not absolutize the subjective, nor should we ignore the objective. To do so leads to errors of idealism and false conceptions of history such as great man theory. Such errors falsely assert that human consciousness and other subjective factors fully determine the historical development of humanity, which contradicts the objective laws of dialectical materialism, materialist dialectics, and historical materialism. In our analysis of the historical development of humanity, we must properly comprehend the relationship between the objective and the subjective. Objective laws govern and regulate human societies, while subjective factors can impact back upon the development path of a specific social-economic formation. Objective social existence determines subjective social consciousness, but social consciousness can impact back upon social existence. The objective economic base objectively determines the development of the subjective superstructure of society, but the superstructure has significant impact on the course of development of a social economic formation. The development of subjective social consciousness is a vital prerequisite to the objective economic transitioning from one stage of development of the mode of production to the next. The subjective role of the revolutionary leader. As Marx pronounced in his Theses on Feuerbach, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Historical materialism as an analytical methodology exists to guide the working class to social revolution. This theory empowers the working class by properly teaching us that we have the capability to impact the development of human society through our subjective conscious activities, and by helping us understand the objective laws which govern those activities. The historical mission of the working class is to engage in social revolution which will end capitalism and, eventually, develop humanity into a stateless, classless society. Before such a social revolution can take place, class consciousness must be developed to a high degree. As practitioners of scientific socialism, our mission is to understand the subjective role we play as leaders in fulfilling the historical mission of the working class. We must struggle to build class consciousness among the working class with the goal of enacting social revolution, building a dictatorship of the proletariat, and eventually ending class society altogether. General Vion Nguyen briefing President Ho Chi Minh on the Viet Bac campaign in 1947. This was the first major victory of the Vietnam People's Army against the French colonialists under General Giap's command. Photo source, Archive of Vietnam People's Army. Vion Nguyen, the great general who led Vietnam People's Army to victory against Japan, France, and the USA, had this to say about the importance of distinguishing between objective and subjective factors in his book People's War, People's Army. To make everyone thoroughly understand the strategic guiding principle of long-term war was not only a big work of organization militarily and economically, but also a process of ideological education and struggle within the party and among the people against erroneous tendencies which appeared many a time in the years of the resistance war. These were pessimistic defeatism, which presumed that our country being small, our population thin, our economy backward, and our armed forces young and weak, we would be unable to face the enemy, let alone perseveringly to wage a long resistance war. These were subjectivism, loss of patience, eagerness to win swiftly, which came out in the plans of operations of a number of localities at the start of the resistance war, which were unwilling to withdraw their force to preserve our main force, and in their plan of general counter-offensive put forth in 1950, when this was not yet permitted by objective and subjective conditions. As Vio goes on to explain, a proper understanding of subjective conditions is key to revolutionary victory. If guidance in struggle and organization was not precise, that is to say, did not correctly follow the guiding principle of both determination and carefulness, and of knowing how to estimate the subjective conditions and compare the revolutionary forces with the counter-revolutionary forces, we would certainly have met with difficulty and failure. The subjective factor of revolutionary leadership, therefore, plays a vitally important role in fulfilling the mission of the working class, but we must not overemphasize or absolutize this role. We as human beings have the ability to impact the world through subjective will, but our actions are governed by objective laws and conditions. For this reason, we must study the objective laws of dialectical materialism, materialist dialectics, and historical materialism. We must understand the laws and characteristics of motion and development and apply them properly in our revolutionary practice. At the same time, we must avoid absolutizing or overemphasizing objective laws, factors, and conditions in the development of human society. Overemphasizing and absolutizing subjective factors will result in errors of idealism such as commandism. Overemphasizing and absolutizing objective factors or neglecting the vital role we play as revolutionary leaders will result in errors of vulgar materialism such as taylism. By properly understanding, assessing, and implementing the theoretical concepts of subjectivity and objectivity, we can hasten the development of class consciousness and social revolution and the fulfillment of the historical mission of the working class as revolutionary leaders. Vion Nguyen, the great general of Vietnam. Creatively apply Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought to achieve great victory for the Doi Moi career. Good rice, fat pigs, chicken in flocks. Contribute to building a prosperous village. Appendix F. Historical development of Vietnam. Editor's note. The following passage is from an article called The Era of the Rising Nation and Its Historical Requirements, written by former member of the Communist Party of Vietnam Central Committee, Dr. Phung Hue Phu, and published in the Vietnamese journal Communist Review. It briefly outlines the modern historical development of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Over the past 95 years, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Vietnam, which was founded and developed by President Ho Chi Minh, the Vietnamese people have gone through two glorious eras. The first era is the era of independence, freedom, and building socialism, which started in 1930 when the Communist Party of Vietnam was born, leading to the great victory of the August Revolution in 1945 and great feats in the resistance wars against invaders and important achievements in the construction of socialism in the North from 1954-1975. The second era is the era of national reunification, renovation, and development, starting with the great victory of the resistance war against the invading American imperialists, which unified the country, bringing the whole nation to socialism in 1975, creating a solid premise for the country under the leadership of the party to carry out the renovation process starting from the Sixth Party Congress in 1986. This era has been a strong and comprehensive development step for the country. Now, Vietnam is entering the third era, the era of the rising nation, which will officially begin with the 14th National Party Congress, marking 40 years of renovation. Each era objectively presents historical requirements which the nation and people must meet in order to successfully implement the identified strategic goals. In the era of independence, freedom, and building socialism, Vietnam's vital goals were to abolish the oppressive and exploitative regime of colonialism and feudalism, to become an independent nation, and to move forward to build a new social regime. These strategic goals required the broadest gathering and unification of the masses, leveraging the material conditions of the times, to smash the domination of imperialism and feudalism, to gain and maintain independence and freedom, and to build the initial premises of socialism. Under the correct leadership of the party, the Vietnamese people highly promoted patriotism and revolutionary heroism, successfully resolved the historical requirements, and excellently fulfilled the strategic goals of the era. In the era of national reunification, renovation, and development, Vietnam's top goals were to overcome poverty and backwardness, to escape from poverty and underdevelopment, to improve the lives of the people, and to establish a worthy international position. Those strategic goals established the historical requirement of comprehensive and synchronous renovation in all areas of social life, the promotion of industrialization and modernization of the country, and the proactive integration of Vietnam into the international community. After nearly 50 years of national reunification and 40 years of renovation, Vietnam has now successfully fulfilled the historical requirements, has successfully renovated, has successfully escaped from poverty and underdevelopment, has made great achievements of historical significance, and has created a new international position for Vietnam with power, potential, and prestige. The historical achievements which were made through these two eras of struggle and persistent creative labor have created the premise and solid foundation for Vietnam to enter the third era, the era of the rising nation, starting from the 14th National Congress of the party. As General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam to Lam wrote, "This is the era of development, the era of prosperity under the leadership and governance of the party, successfully building a socialist Vietnam. The destination of the era of rising is a rich people, a strong country, a socialist society, standing shoulder to shoulder with the world powers. The top priority in the new era is to successfully implement our strategic goals. By 2030, Vietnam will become a developing country with modern industry and high average income, and by 2045 Vietnam will become a developed socialist country with high income. The goal of the third era is the synthesis of the goals of the two previous eras, taken to new heights, reflecting the qualitative development of the goal of national independence associated with socialism, and of the dialectical movement of independence, freedom, and happiness. The new era sets out special historical requirements, requiring the entire party, the entire people, and the entire military to have deep awareness, determination, and drastic determination to realize our aspiration to develop a prosperous and happy country. Timeline of the historical development of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. 1920 to 1930, pre-revolutionary era. 1920, Ho Chi Minh discovers Marxism-Leninism. 1920 to 1930, Ho Chi Minh and Vietnamese communists lay the groundwork for revolution. 1930 to 1975, era of independence, freedom, and building socialism. 1930 to 1940, founding of the Communist Party of Vietnam under French colonialism. 1940 to 1945, Fascist Japan occupies Vietnam, Communist forces resist and repel the invasion. 1945 to 1954, war and struggle for independence from France. 1954 to 1975, war and struggle to expel imperialist USA. 1975 to 2025, era of national reunification, renovation, and development. 1975 to 1986, subsidizing period. 1986 to 2025, Doi Moi period. Present, era of the rising nation. Goals of becoming a developing country with modern industry and high average income by 2030 and a developed socialist country with high income by 2045. 1. This is the motto of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Appendix G. Resolving the problem of the relationship between developing productive forces and gradually building and completing socialist relations of production to make sure they suit Vietnam's reality. Editor's note. We have included this article as an example of a practical application of historical materialist and dialectical materialist methodologies as developed by contemporary socialist theorists. Concepts which are mentioned or applied within this text will be annotated with references to related sections of this book. Words that are underlined relate to terms and concepts which can be found in the glossary/index for further study. This article was originally published in 2014 in Communist Review, a political journal of the Communist Party of Vietnam. The author, Dr. Le Hunia, is the Vice Chairman of the Central Theoretical Council of the Communist Party of Vietnam. This council reviews programs and policies of the party to ensure a solid grounding in principles of dialectical and historical materialist theory and practice. At the time this was written, over a decade ago, Vietnam was about 14 years into the era of socialism-oriented market economy. This Vietnamese economic model is described in detail in p. 70. In this article, Dr. Le describes the political economic development of Vietnam using historical materialist analysis. This includes an assessment of challenges and struggles which Vietnam's people have faced, an addressing of previous failures of ideology and practice, and recommendations for policies and programs moving forward. We hope that this document of modern history will give insight into how governing communists use the theoretical methodologies of dialectical materialism and historical materialism to guide political economic practice in the real world. Our party's platform for national construction during the transition period to socialism has called for special attention to understanding and resolving important relationships in our society, including the relationship between the development of productive forces and the gradual construction and improvement of socialist relations of production, to recognizing and navigating this relationship and its context within Vietnam's reality will contribute to the achievement of our goals on the path to socialism. The essence of the law and its expression in practical conditions. The dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production is defined by a fundamental law of motion and development of human society, the law that relations of production must suit the level of development of productive forces. Point 3. This law was discovered by Karl Marx and is presented in many of his works. This is a fundamental law which pervasively affects the entire course of human history. This law, together with other historical materialist laws, accounts for historical development from lower to higher levels, and from lower social economic formations to higher social economic formations. Point 4. According to this law, the development of social economic formations is a historical natural process. Appendix G, Annotation 1. This process is described as historical natural because it reflects both the social aspect and the natural aspect of humanity. The social and natural aspects of human society are described more on p. 212. The productive forces and the relations of production are the two constituent parts of the mode of production. The principles of historical materialism assert that the relations of production must suit the level of development of the productive forces. To achieve this suitability, the relations of production must reflect the level of development of the productive forces while creating conditions and motivations for further development of the productive forces. It is necessary to understand suitability in a dialectical, as well as in a historical, sense. We must study it as a process in motion, in a dynamic state. Due to its characteristics, the productive forces are a dynamic factor which change quickly, whereas the relations of production are a relatively stable factor which change more slowly. Therefore, the productive forces and the relations of production are two dialectical opposites in the mode of production. Appendix G, Annotation 2. Dialectical materialism holds that all motion, change, and development is the result of contradiction. Contradiction arises from a relationship between two subjects. Every relationship leads to change and development in both opposite sides of every contradiction. This is why, in the dialectical materialist framework, subjects are defined by internal and external relationships which drive development. The mode of production is defined by an internal relationship between the relations of production and the productive forces. As opposites in this relationship, both the relations of production and the productive forces develop and change over time. This is what drives the development of the mode of production. By extension, the development of the mode of production determines the development of the economic base of society, which in turn drives the development of human society in general. Marx proved the decisive role of the productive forces in determining the relations of production, while also pointing out the relative independence of the relations of production in relation to the productive forces. Point 5. The relations of production have the following characteristics. They impact back on productive forces. They regulate the social purpose of production. They influence the benefits of producers, thereby forming a system of factors that either promote or inhibit the development of productive forces. The law that relations of production must suit the level of development of productive forces can be understood as the most fundamental law, the root law, of social development. Social transformation and development ultimately originate from this law. Unlike natural laws, social laws are laws of human activities. Point 6. They exist through human activities and regulate human activities and are associated with specific practical conditions and historical circumstances of humanity. Therefore, the understanding and application of social laws, in general, and the law of the suitability of relations of production with the development level of productive forces, in particular, must be suitable to the specific practical conditions of each nation at each stage of national development as well as the motion and development of the international situation. Consider Russia after the October Revolution of 1917, the country had experienced a moderate period of capitalist development. While fighting the civil war and enemies in foreign nations at the same time, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and the Bolsheviks thought that it was possible to use wartime communist policy to move rapidly towards communism. However, the social-economic crisis of the spring of 1921 showed that this was a mistake. Lenin wrote, "We expected, or perhaps it would be truer to say that we presumed without having given it adequate consideration, to be able to organize the state production and the state distribution of products on communist lines in a small peasant country directly as ordered by the proletarian state. Experience has proved that we were wrong." 7. Lenin criticized the delusional disease 8 at that time for not being practical in the application of law. He decided to implement the new economic policy, which consisted of such measures as replacing the food requisition regime with the food tax regime, encouraging the development of commodity monetary relations and market relations, allowing the development of private business, appeasement policies, allowing the use of bourgeois experts, and so on. Also, consider China in the period from 1957 to 1960, during the period of the three red flags, the People's Commune, and the Great Leap Forward. This was a period of subjectivist and idealist disease that destroyed the productive forces of a poor and undeveloped country. It is now clear that an improper understanding and application of the dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production, as well as measures which were inconsistent with the practical conditions, came at a cost. Appendix G, Annotation 3. Vietnam's history textbook for 9th grade students summarizes this history. For a period of 20 years, from 1959 to 1978, China was in turmoil. The starting event was the introduction of the three red flags path with the purpose of quickly succeeding at building socialism. One of the three red flags was the Great Leap Forward movement, motivating the masses to produce iron and steel with the goal of quickly achieving 10 million tons of steel and 20 million tons of iron. In only 2 months, the whole nation built over 1 million small-scale steel furnaces. After 4 months, 11 million tons of steel was produced, but much of it was scrap due to low quality. The economy became chaotic, production decreased, and people's lives were in chaos, with famine breaking out everywhere. The International Relations Handbook, published by Ho Chi Minh City University of Social Sciences and Agriculture, describes this history in more detail. The Great Leap Forward was a campaign which was instituted between 1958 and 1961 by Chinese leaders, especially Mao Zedong, to mobilize the masses in order to promote rapid agricultural and industrial development. Unfortunately, this plan failed, leading to one of the worst famines in history. Although the first 5-year plan following the Soviet model achieved some success, the economy still showed many weaknesses, especially in agricultural production. This left China unable to secure export output and to supply food to its growing urban workforce. Feeling dissatisfied with the Soviet-style development model that prioritized heavy industrial development, Mao Zedong believed that mobilizing mass forces could allow China to develop industry and agriculture in parallel with each other. The Great Leap Forward became national policy in October of 1957. It began with the mobilization of large numbers of farmers to participate in irrigation projects throughout the winter of 1957 to 1958, and then promoted the transformation of collective organizations into people's communes in 1958. In August 1958, under the direction of Mao Zedong, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China officially announced that such people's communes would be established in all rural areas of China. Mao saw this action as a step forward against the Soviet Union in reforming society, and believed that China would become the most advanced model for world communism. By November of 1958, about 98% of the rural population was organized into about 26,000 communes. Each rural commune had an average of 5,000 households, or 25,000 inhabitants. All property such as land, buildings, and livestock were collectivist, and all administrative and productive activities were controlled by the communes. Several urban communes were also established in 1958. Besides the goal of increasing food production, the National People's Congress of China in 1958 also identified another goal of the Great Leap Forward program to be a rapid increase in steel production. Mao Zedong hoped that China's Great Leap Forward in steel production would surpass Britain's steel production within 15 years. In August 1958, the Politburo decided to attempt to double steel production within a year. To realize these goals, forces were massed throughout the country, including from officials, professors, students, workers, and farmers. According to estimates, about 1 million farmers had to leave the fields to participate in the steel furnace in every garden project to achieve the set goals. By the fall of 1958 there were about 600,000 such cottage industry steel furnaces throughout China. These furnaces consumed almost all the metal that could be found, including kitchen utensils, steel springs, beds, steel fixtures, and so on. A tremendous amount of wood resources such as doors, tables, and chairs, furniture, and forest timber was used to fuel the furnaces. The product of this program was low-quality steel, but it was officially reported to be high-quality steel. Meanwhile, at the central level, ministries and branches lost the ability to monitor agricultural production because the work of collecting statistics and planning was delegated to lower units. At the same time, local administrations falsified agricultural production reports to the central government, claiming bumper harvests despite the fact that crops had failed due to wrong policies, farmers leaving the fields to process steel, and natural disasters. The subjectivist and idealist errors which led to the problems of this time period were similar to those which Vietnamese communists would make in the 1970s. These errors are further described below. In our country, in the period from the 4th Congress through the years just before the 6th Congress of the party, we suffered from the disease of being subjective, idealist, hasty, and stagnant due to a failure to observe objective laws, especially the law of suitability between relations of production with the level of development of the productive forces. We failed to grasp the practical conditions of an economically underdeveloped, poor, and backward country as we dreamed to create advanced relations of production to pave the way for the productive forces to develop. And the results were, of course, the opposite of what we wanted. As the 6th Congress of the Communist Party of Vietnam reported, practical experience demonstrated, the productive forces are constrained not only in cases where relations of production are backward, but also when relations of production develop asynchronously, where there are factors that are too advanced compared to the level of development of the productive forces. At that time, we subjectively wanted to create relations of production that were too advanced in comparison to the level of development of productive forces. This made the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production acute, bringing the country into a social-economic crisis. We had shown signs of impatience when we immediately wanted to abolish non-socialist economic sectors and quickly turn the private capitalist economy fully into a state-owned economy. Moreover, we held on to the bureaucratic, centralized subsidy model for too long, which stifled the development of the country. We were both subjectively impatient and stagnantly conservative, and these two defective characteristics, together, hindered the progress of the revolution. Appendix G, Annotation 4. The subsidizing period was the period of time which began in 1975, immediately following the end of the war between Vietnam and the United States. During the subsidizing period, which lasted until 1986, Vietnamese communist leadership attempted to rapidly transform Vietnam into a moneyless, classless society. This period was hampered by voluntarism, which is an overemphasis on subjective will. During the subsidizing period, Vietnamese communists attempted to immediately and abruptly abolish all forms of market economy and private ownership at once. Such measures led to a contradiction between relations of production and the level of development of productive forces. In other words, the productive forces of Vietnam were not developed enough to be suitable with the relations of production which Vietnamese communists attempted to implement. The two biggest examples of these policies were: money was abolished and replaced by a ration stamp system. With this system, the people would receive all life necessities from the government. However, the government did not have enough material resources available to sufficiently supply the people with what was needed, so this led to material privation of the people as well as the establishment of black markets and illegal currencies. This also led to corruption, as many bureaucrats who were responsible for dispensing rations took advantage of their positions, accepted bribes, participated in unequal distribution of resources, etc. Coming out of the wartime period, Vietnam simply did not have enough productive output to properly implement such a rationing system. In the end, this ration system led to inequality, hardship, and dissatisfaction for Vietnamese workers. The abolishment of private ownership of land, which was replaced by communal collectivization of farmland at the village scale. In the 1950s, Vietnam's communist government instituted land reform which seized land from feudal lords, colonial occupiers, and capitalists and distributed to peasant families for personal use and cultivation. During this time, each peasant had the right to work on their own plot of land and to keep what they needed to survive, with the surplus given over to the government to support the war effort. In 1975, at the end of the war, the practice of individual land usage was ended. Each village was organized into a commune and all land was to be managed and cultivated by the entire commune collectively. Vietnamese farmers at this time were uneducated in collective management of land and the productive forces of agricultural production were very low. These collective farming operations were poorly organized and individual farmers lacked sufficient incentive, instruction, and material resources to carry out successful collective operations. In addition, a lack of mechanized farm equipment and other modern material resources meant that farm yields were very low. Many farmers saw this system as unfair, since all the products of each farmer's work were collectively taken by the government for redistribution, and this redistribution was also poorly organized and fraught with corruption. This led to dissatisfaction among farm workers and a shortage of food output which severely hindered Vietnam's development. Both of these policies constituted misalignment between the productive forces and relations of production. The war-torn economic base of Vietnam was incapable of producing enough material resources to sustain a massive state superstructure that could oversee a completely planned economy. For these reasons, the attempt to bypass markets entirely and skip directly to a moneyless society failed. To build and protect the country, sell more food to the government. This propaganda poster from the subsidizing period reflects the system of collectivized farming which was implemented at the time. General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam Truong Chin addressed these mistakes in a speech delivered to the Hanoi Party Congress on October 19, 1986. In recent years, we have made the mistake of leftist voluntarism, going against objective laws. That mistake is reflected in the desire to develop heavy industry on a large scale beyond our capacity, maintaining a massive superstructure beyond the capacity of the infrastructure, wanting to quickly eliminate non-socialist economic components. When we made mistakes, we were too conservative, lacking the courage and determination to correct them. These errors of voluntarism, subjectivism, and idealism all stemmed from good intentions. The Communist Party of Vietnam wanted to achieve a fully socialist society as quickly as possible and to force socialist relations of production through force of will alone without properly accounting for the level of development of productive forces. Vietnam began attempting to correct these problems with the institution of the Doi Moi reforms in 1986. These reforms focused on opening up Vietnam's economy in an attempt to transition towards a market economy regulated by socialist oversight and controls. This meant restoring a monetary system, allowing Vietnamese people to open their own private businesses, and allowing workers to cultivate their own plots of land. A taxation system was also slowly and carefully implemented to fund government operations and social welfare programs. Importantly, capitalist entities were restricted from owning land. Only working farmers were given the right to privately use and cultivate farmland, and every farmer was given a plot of land to cultivate free of charge. This was essential to maintaining socialist characteristics in Vietnam because, even to this day, about 70% of Vietnamese people are farmers. The misunderstanding of the law of suitability which we committed demonstrates the backwardness of theoretical perception and in the application of objective social laws during the subsidizing period. We had improper prejudice against the laws of commodity production and disregard for the summation of practical experience. Life taught us a poignant lesson, that we can't be in such a rush that we break the rules. From the above examples, it is possible to draw some conclusions about common mistakes in perceiving and applying the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces, i.e., the dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production. These common mistakes include failing to comprehensively and historically understand relations of production, demonizing private ownership and desiring to quickly establish public ownership at any cost, considering private ownership to be outside the essence of socialism and therefore demanding that it be quickly abolished, disregarding organizational, managerial and distributional relations, disregarding the motivation of personal interests of workers, failing to properly understand the dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production, separating relations of production from production forces, exaggerating relations of production while underestimating productive forces, disregarding the development and opening up of productive forces, wanting to create advanced relations of production in an attempt to quickly pave the way for the productive forces, wanting to achieve many of the goals of socialism too quickly amidst the conditions of the economic backwardness of a young workers' state which has just gained power, maintaining the bureaucratic subsidizing model for too long, ignoring the theories of value, commodity monetary relations, and market mechanisms, thereby forming a mechanism that restrains the development of productive forces, wanting to create a conformity in all relations of production in different production sectors and different regions/localities with very different levels of development of productive forces, i.e., over-conforming relations of production. All of the above common mistakes stem from an incorrect perception of the nature of the law that relations of production must suit the level of productive forces as well as a failure to take into account practical conditions when planning and implementing policies, which will inevitably lead to failure. Doi moi renovation is the process of properly and gradually understanding and applying the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces in the practical conditions of both Vietnam and the wider international situation. At the Sixth Congress, which started the Doi moi renovation, our party criticized the disease of being subjective and idealist by violating objective social laws, including, first and foremost, the law that relations of production must suit the level of development of the productive forces. Since then, our Congress has learned the important lesson that the party must always come from reality, and must respect and act according to objective laws, and must make relations of production suitable to the level of development of the productive forces, and always contribute to promoting the development of the productive forces. The Doi moi renovation is essentially a return to adherence to objective social laws, and to the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism which are suitable with the reality of the country and the times. Over the past 30 years, by implementing the party's renovation path which is more in line with objective social laws, our people have achieved great and historically significant achievements on the path of building and defending the homeland. In particular, we have made the following great achievements in the perception and application of the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces in Vietnam. We have become more aware of the dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production as well as the relevance and contradiction between the two in each stage of development. Regarding the economic characteristics of the socialist society that our people have started building, we have moved from the formula having a highly developed economy based on modern productive forces and public ownership of the main means of production to the formula having a highly developed economy based on modern productive forces and suitable progression in relations of production. Suitability, here, refers to suitability with the level of development of productive forces as well as suitability with Vietnam's objective conditions and socialist orientation. We have constantly improved the guideline of developing a socialist-oriented market economy with many forms of ownership, many economic sectors, and many forms of business organization and distribution. All legal economic sectors are important constituent parts of the economy and are equal under the law. They develop together and cooperate in healthy competition. In implementing this guideline through the years of Doi Moi, our party and state have promulgated many policies and laws to diversify forms of relations of production in order to encourage and promote the development of the productive forces, unleash all potential of production, and create more motivations for workers. These policies and laws relate to innovation and improvement of quality and efficiency of the state economy, especially state-owned enterprises, as well as consolidation and development of the collective economy, the promotion of the private economy, the strong attraction of foreign investment, improvement of the quality and efficiency of state-owned joint stock enterprises, the development of a mixed economy, and so on. The party and state have also promulgated many policies and laws to improve aspects of the new socialist-oriented relations of production in terms of ownership, organization, management, and distribution. The party promulgated the land law, which provides for ownership and owner representation as it pertains to land, delineates the rights of landowners and users of means of production, and the state's management rights in the economic field, and determines the role of economic management of the state through orientation, regulation, plans, strategies, and development programs. The party has diversified forms of distribution according to economic efficiency, and has managed distribution of resources through the social security and welfare system. The party and state have many guidelines and measures to promote industrialization and modernization in order to develop productive forces and create material cores for new relations of production. The party invested to build infrastructure with a number of modern projects, focusing on the transportation system and large urban infrastructure. The party also implemented economic restructuring towards industrialization and modernization, development of a number of mechanical industries such as shipbuilding, transportation, mining, construction, and processing, application of modern scientific and technological achievements, especially information technology, human resource development, especially high-quality human resources, and so on. At the same time, the party renovated the growth model, restructured the economy, promoted industrialization and modernization in association with the development of the knowledge economy, and improved the competitiveness of the economy, enterprises, and goods and services. The party proactively integrated internationally to bring into full play internal resources, take advantage of external forces, learn and apply achievements in science and technology, knowledge economy, international experience, and so on, in order to develop and modernize our productive forces and consolidate and improve new relations of production. In the years of Doi Moi, our party and state have adopted many guidelines, policies and measures to strengthen and expand international cooperation, participate in bilateral relations and multilateral organizations such as ASEAN, APEC, ASEM, WTO etc., to strongly attract foreign investment capital, to strongly promote trade and investment, to expand import and export markets, and to effectively exploit international cooperation and capital resources. Vietnam has established diplomatic relations with over 170 countries and trade relations with 230 countries and territories, and signed more than 90 bilateral trade agreements and nearly 60 agreements on investment encouragement and protection. Vietnam's international economic integration is deepening. However, besides the achievements that we had during the recent years of analyzing and resolving the relationship between productive forces and relations of production, there have also been many limitations and weaknesses, new contradictions, and new unsuitability between productive forces and relations of production that hinder the development of both productive forces and relations of production. Although the country has come out of underdevelopment and entered a lower middle-income country status, it is still a poor country and economically backward. The risk of our economy falling further behind the world and the region is increasing. The goal that by 2020 our country will basically become an industrialized country is difficult to achieve. Currently, the industries of mechanics and manufacturing are underdeveloped, accounting for a very small proportion of GDP. Labor productivity, efficiency, quality, and competitiveness are low, aggregate productivity factor is very low. Such a weak productive force will dictate the level and quality of the relations of production and make what we call socialist relations of production impossible to achieve. Appendix G, Annotation 5. According to an Article 9 by Dr. Nguyen Hong Son, Deputy Head of the Central Economic Commission of the Communist Party of Vietnam, this goal of building an industrialized economy in Vietnam was successfully achieved in 2020. As of the year 2025, the era of Doi Moi renovation has come to a successful end and Vietnam is now entering the era of the rising nation with the goal of becoming a developing country with modern industry and high average income by 2030 and the goal of becoming a developed socialist country with high income by 2045. The era of the rising nation is defined in more detail in Appendix F, p. 252. We have not paid comprehensive and synchronous attention in building and improving all aspects of relations of production. There is still a heavy trend of changing ownership regimes rather than improving and renewing management and distribution relationships. It is impossible to call the current relations of production in our country socialist relations of production because our country is still in the transition period to socialism, is implementing a socialist-oriented market economy, and does not have modern industrial productive forces as the basis for new relations of production. Therefore, it is not advisable to be hasty in building relations of production, but also not to underestimate the gradual construction of relations of production in the socialist orientation, in accordance with the development level of productive forces. In the Program for National Construction in the Transition Period to Socialism and in the 2013 Constitution, the leading role of the state economy is defined. However, in reality, the state economy has not really played a leading role, because in general, productivity, quality, efficiency are low, and have not set an example to lead other economic sectors. Many state-owned enterprises have fallen into the situation of production and business losses, corruption, waste, negativity, loss of state assets, causing a lot of anger in public opinion. State-owned enterprises currently account for 70% of social investment capital, 50% of state investment capital, 60% of credit of commercial banks and 70% of ODA capital, but the sector contributes only 37% to 38% of GDP. State-owned enterprises have a much higher ICOR coefficient than the private sector and 2.93, respectively. The return on capital of state-owned enterprises is lower than that of private enterprises. Appendix G, Annotation 6. ICOR stands for Incremental Capital Output Ratio and aims to measure the ratio between investment and growth. In essence, it is measure of inefficiency. A higher ICOR coefficient indicates less efficient productive output compared to initial investment. What Dr. Le is pointing out, here, is that state-owned enterprises in Vietnam have been, on average, less efficient than non-state-owned enterprises in terms of productive output, and that this inefficiency has been increasing over time. Management of state-owned enterprises is still lax, with unclear delineation of authority and responsibilities of stakeholders and their representatives, especially in terms of capital management. As a result, over time, many enterprises have engaged in rampant spending, often outside of their main industries. They are dominated by selfish interests and violate the laws. Bad debts have increased. The collective economic sector is still small and weak, and many cooperatives in agriculture are just formalizing. They only do input and output services of production. The savings of funds of cooperatives are still very small. The level of science and technology and the scale and management level of cooperatives are very low and cannot compete with individual and household production. The share of the collective economy in GDP is small, falling continuously from 10.1% in 1995 to 5.22% in 2011. The private sector is identified as an important motivator of the economy, contributing much to GDP growth and creating jobs for workers. However, private enterprises, mainly small and medium-sized enterprises, face many disadvantages in terms of competition, capital sources, and even discrimination in practice due to our mechanisms and policies. In recent years, due to the economic slowdown, tens of thousands of private enterprises and individuals have been dissolved or have ceased operations. The potential of the private sector is huge, but we have not yet created conditions for private businesses to thrive and contribute more to society. The foreign invested economic sector is an important economic component in contributing to GDP growth and attracting labor resources. The proportion of the FDI sector has increased continuously from 4.2% in 1991 to 18.97% in 2011. However, this sector also has limitations, such as not investing in fields with high technology. Most foreign invested businesses are at a level of medium technology, or even operate in outdated fields such as processing and assembly. There was little investment in agricultural and rural areas due to less attractive profits. FDI enterprises exploit cheap resources, markets, and human resources in Vietnam to serve their profit goals, leading to the phenomenon of changing prices, manipulating accounting to falsely report losses, and so on, in order to evade taxes. Another shortcoming of foreign invested businesses is the transfer of profits abroad. The above limitations and weaknesses of economic sectors in relations of production have hindered the development of productive forces. The above situation has both objective and subjective causes. Objectively, the shift from bureaucratic centralization and subsidy mechanisms to a socialist-oriented market mechanism with multiple forms of ownership, management, distribution, and multi-economic sectors is an unprecedented economic model in history, which must be both practiced and learned at the same time. Vietnam is an underdeveloped country striving to move towards the goals of socialism, industrialization, modernization, innovation, and integration into the global economy. In the pursuit of these goals, the activities of theoretical research, the market economy, there are still a lot of limitations, inadequacies, and problems. Although these views have been affirmed in the party's resolution, there are still many differing opinions. For example, some believe that the state economy should play the leading role, some have differing opinions about land ownership and land usage, some have differing opinions about the relationship between the state and the market, about the relationship between the market economy and socialist orientation, and so on. Because there are still many differing opinions as to how to implement our resolutions, the party's policies are still hesitant, inconsistent, and indecisive. In addition, the party's social economic development thought and leadership methods are slow to innovate, awareness of many specific issues is still inconsistent, the implementation by organizations are still indecisive. Many only do what is easy and quit the difficult. State management is still weak, it fails to institutionalize the party's guidelines into policies and measures in a timely manner. At the same time, there are some policies that are not clear enough or are unsuitable. There is a lack of unity and smoothness at all levels and sectors. Some cadres and party members fell into deterioration in political ideology, morality, and lifestyle, as well as corruption, negativity, and factionalism. Their capacity and qualities did not meet the requirements of the Doi Moi career. Here are 3 theoretical and practical measures Vietnam must take to continue to solve the relationship between the development of productive forces and the construction and improvement of relations of production in accordance with Vietnamese reality. First, continue to promote theoretical research, practical summaries on understanding and applying the law that relations of production must suit the development of productive forces in Vietnam, a backward country with a very low starting point, and is now promoting industrialization, modernization, development of a socialist-oriented market economy, proactively and actively integrating into the world. Second, continue to improve theoretical thinking on the socialist-oriented market economy, on the ownership and economic sectors, solve problems that are still problematic, unclear, and under different opinions, in order to develop the productive forces. These problems are, the problem of the forms of ownership in our country, the problem of the leading role of the state economy, problems of arrangement, renewal, and equitization of state-owned enterprises, problems of the role of collective economy, and cooperative economy, the role as the driving force for development of the private economy in our country, the role of foreign invested economy, mixed economic issues, and equity economics. Third, continue to improve the viewpoint on harmonious development between productive forces, relations of production, politics, culture, and society. Our party must develop new ideas on the socialist-oriented market economy model, on openness and integration, and on economic development methods. Clarify the role of the state in the socialist-oriented market economy, relations between the state and the market, between the state and enterprises. Promote comprehensive institutional reforms to effectively mobilize and allocate resources, implement the market mechanism and harmoniously settle the relationship between the state and the market in the distribution of production materials, ensuring true equality among all economic sectors. Promote the socialization of organizations in the provision of public services. Renovate synchronously economy and politics. Continue to develop and improve laws and economic policies to create sustainable development. Build human resources, appreciate talents, especially in the state management apparatus. Renovate the institution to strengthen the effectiveness of law enforcement and policies, promote democracy, and strengthen discipline. Build and synchronously improve all types of markets, ensure market principles in the operation of the economy, improve the operation mechanism of all types of markets. Fourth, the party must continue to innovate the growth model, and restructure the economy. Improve the set of laws on ownership and economic sectors. Build an independent and self-reliant economy in the process of proactive and active international integration. Closely link 5 pillars together: economy, politics, culture, society, environment in sustainable development. Continue innovating distribution mechanisms. Exercise the people's mastery right and improve the material and spiritual life of the people. 2. Platform of the Communist Party of Vietnam. 3. This law, also known as the Law of Suitability, is defined and further discussed on p. 47. 4. The historical tendency for human society to develop from lower social economic formations to higher social economic formations is discussed more on p. 33. 5. See Chapter 3, Section 2, p. 131. 6. Dialectical materialist conceptions of humanity hold that humankind are a part of nature, but also distinct from nature. This constitutes a dialectical relationship in which humanity and nature define each other. This is explained more on p. 212. 7. 4th Anniversary of the October Revolution, v.I. Lenin, 1921. 8. In Vietnamese, the term disease is often used to refer to deviations from correct dialectical materialist analysis and methodology. 9. Some main contents of the party's guidelines and policies on industrialization and modernization related to industrial transformation, published in Communist Review, a political journal of the Communist Party of Vietnam, on November 12, 2024. Appendix H. Bypassing the capitalist mode of production. Editor's note. This appendix consists of excerpts and passages from articles and political documents related to the goal of bypassing capitalist relations of production in the development of Vietnam's political economy. We hope that these writings will give the reader insight into the ways in which Vietnamese communists are attempting to use historical materialist analysis in facing the challenge of building a socialist society in the real world. From the Cotter Training Political Center of Bến Tre Province. The historical characteristic of the movement of social economic formations points out that the movement of all social economic formations happens objectively but is still closely attached to the material conditions of the economy and society of each nation and each people. Because of those subjective factors, each nation will have their own movement of their social economic forms. They might go gradually from lower formation to higher formation, or they might bypass one or a few formations in the development process. The most famous example is Australia and some Latin American countries which bypassed the social economic formation of feudalism in its own development history. This bypassing does not mainly depend on the subjective will of the people, it is mainly decided by the objective historical conditions. Even when we talk about the same feudalist social economic formation in Europe, the power was in the hands of many different classes, but in the East it was more common for all the power to belong to the king. It is clear that the bypassing of one or a few social economic formations is not just random, but must obey objective laws. From bypassing capitalism in the transitional period towards socialism, Opportunities and Challenges, by Dr. V.U. Van Ha, Editor-in-Chief of Communist Review. In the transition to socialism, bypassing capitalism, in the current conditions of Vietnam there are many opportunities and many challenges and difficulties that need to be solved. Opportunities and challenges intertwine and transform into each other. Recognizing opportunities and challenges in the transition to socialism bypassing capitalism in our country today is very important both in theory and in practice. Our nation transitions to socialism bypassing capitalism not in a direct way, but through intermediate steps. We must build many small bridges to socialism. According to the decree of the Nine-Party Congress of 2001, the bypassing of capitalism fundamentally means to forego the establishment of capitalist relations of production and the capitalist superstructure while inheriting the achievements which humanity has secured under the capitalist regime, especially achievements in science and technology, so as to rapidly build the productive forces of a modern economy. The action of bypassing the dominant position of the capitalist relations of production in the economic base of society also means that there still exist the capitalist relations of production. Those capitalist relations of production have their own movement and impact on the development of the economy which is moving towards socialism. Therefore, in practice, our policies must make these impacts contribute to our development while simultaneously avoiding their negative impacts. Relations of production must be suitable with the level of development of the productive forces. When the productive forces in the socialism-oriented market economy are still low, and fractured, we need to build relations of production which suit them. This means that we need to have diverse relations of production to create conditions to leverage our existing resources and open the path for the productive forces to develop. On the national scale, we bypass the dominant position of the capitalist relations of production. However, at the business scale, the capitalist relations of production and the capitalist style of management still exist. They operate according to the economic laws of capitalism. The operation and the dominance of the capitalist relations of production still exist in the production, but they exist in a limited scope of space and time. This scope, in terms of both space and time, is regulated by the laws and regulations of our socialist government. The bypassing of capitalism and moving towards socialism means that we must not only bypass the dominant position of the capitalist relations of production and the capitalist superstructure, but also, we must bypass the withholding of farmland from farmers, and the withholding of the means of production from workers. From Theory of the Transitional Period to Socialism of Marxism-Leninism and its Supplementation and Development of Our Party, published in the official newspaper of the Communist Youth Union of Quang Ninh Province on September 20, 2022. By Dr. Nguyen Van Quang, Institute of Military Social Sciences and Humanities. In his pursuit of the development of Marxist theory, Vladimir Lenin expanded our theoretical understanding of the complex and prolonged nature of the transition from capitalism to socialism in countries with different levels of development. In Greetings to the Hungarian Workers, Lenin wrote, "For countries that move towards socialism without highly developed capitalism, a fairly long period of transition from capitalism to socialism is required. The transition from capitalism to socialism is especially complicated in countries with lower levels of development. These countries must not only carry out the task of the transition from capitalism to socialism, but they must also carry out a series of tasks that capitalism should have done before the proletarian revolution broke out. Such tasks include eliminating feudal vestiges, establishing mechanized industry, and so on. For less developed countries, Lenin states that the necessity for a prolonged, complex transition through socialist accounting and control from capitalist society to one that even approaches communist society. 10. This unique scientific theory is derived from the law. Socialism was born on the basis of the development of capitalism. At the same time, it adheres to objectivity. Socialism can be born from a lower starting point than capitalism when there are ripe conditions, premises, and opportunities. These conditions, premises, and opportunities arise from revolutionary practice which make it possible to build a path towards a new society. Appendix H, Annotation 1. Above, Dr. Nguyen is referencing a law of scientific socialism first defined by Karl Marx in Critique of the Gotha Program. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. In other words, socialism and communism are not built from scratch but arise on the foundation of previous stages of development. This is in accordance with the principle of development of dialectical materialism, which states that all subjects have developed from prior existing stages of development. The inheritance characteristic of development described in materialist dialectics, which indicates that characteristics from previous stages of development are carried forward to later stages of development. Through practical experience gained in the early years of the transition to socialism in Soviet Russia, Lenin arrived at the scientific conclusion that all nations will arrive at socialism. This is inevitable, but all will do so in not exactly the same way. Each will contribute something of its own to some form of democracy, to some variety of the dictatorship of the proletariat, to the varying rate of socialist transformations in the different aspects of social life. 11. From there, two basic forms of the transition to socialism were identified. Direct transition to socialism from developed capitalism. Indirect transition to socialism while bypassing capitalism. In the second transitional form, the indirect transition to socialism while bypassing capitalism, Lenin pointed out that the task would be more burdensome, more difficult, and more complicated, because it requires carrying double the load in completing both tasks, that of building socialism in terms of political and social development as well as that of accomplishing the basic achievements of capitalism in terms of scientific development and development of productive forces. Therefore, Lenin emphasized and demanded the necessity of going through many intermediate, transitional steps to successfully build socialism. For example, having to build small bridges through the capitalist economy to gradually build socialism. At the same time, he noted that if we are successfully to solve the problem of our immediate transition to socialism, we must understand what intermediary paths, methods, means and instruments are required for the transition from pre-capitalist relations to socialism. 12. From the political program of the Communist Party of Vietnam, 1930. Our country's transitional period towards socialism will take place in international conditions of many profound changes. For now, capitalism still has the potential of economic development because of capitalist achievements in science, technology, management, and so on. Moreover, capitalism is still an unfair and exploitative regime. The most fundamental contradiction of capitalism is between the socialization of the productive forces and the private ownership of the means of production. There is a huge contradiction between different classes in a society, between different groups of capitalists, between different international companies, and between different imperial corps. The contradictions between different capitalist countries are getting deeper and deeper, and the motion of those contradictions themselves, along with the struggles of the working class, will decide the fate of capitalism. Our nation is in a transitional period towards socialism, bypassing capitalism, from a society that is a colony, partially feudalist, with very low developed productive forces. Entering the transitional period towards socialism in these material conditions, we must be self-reliant and try to develop all of our potential, both materially and ideologically. At the same time, we need to open our relations for cooperation with many countries in the world, to find the right steps, and the right path to successfully build socialism. From the political program of the Communist Party of Vietnam, 1986. The Communist Party of Vietnam reaffirms that the transitional period from capitalism to socialism is a very difficult and long period, and in our country's conditions, where we are moving directly to socialism and bypassing capitalism, that period will be even more arduous and longer. From the political program of the Communist Party of Vietnam, 2021. Our country must continue strongly renovating our ideology, building and completing a stable regime with highly developed economy, politics, culture, environment, and so on. We must solve all difficulties in a timely manner and use all of our resources and potential to create a fast and stable development for the country. 10. The new economic policy and the tasks of the political education departments, V. I. Lenin, 1921. 11. A caricature of Marxism and imperialist economism, V. I. Lenin, 1916. 12. The tax in kind, V. I. Lenin, 1921. Appendix I. Our party's understanding of the transitional period towards socialism in Vietnam. Editor's note. This article was written by Dr. L. E. Van Yen of Truth Publishing House, and Dr. Din Duc Tu of the Political Cadre Training Center in Ben Duong. It offers an overview of the historic struggles and challenges faced by communists in Vietnam in their attempts to build a socialist society and to liberate Vietnamese workers from colonialist, imperialist, and capitalist oppression. The authors use historical materialism as the basis of analysis of Vietnam's modern history. Vietnam started building socialism in 1954, when the North officially went into the transitional period towards socialism. Ho Chi Minh stated this characteristic of Vietnam during this time: the most important characteristic of our country in this transitional period is that we are moving from an outdated agrarian country directly towards socialism without going through capitalism. After the victory of the resistance war against the USA in 1975, the country reunited and the whole entire country finally joined the path of the transitionary period towards socialism. From then until the party started the Doi Moi reforms in 1986 was an entire decade. This was a time when Vietnam tried to build our economy, culture, and society under the terrible conditions resulting from the war, which caused difficulty after difficulty. Moreover, our party did not fully understand that the transitional period towards socialism is a very long period that must go through many steps. Because our party was too idealist and impatient, we wanted to bypass necessary steps. Therefore, at the time of the Four National Assembly in 1976, our party had not identified correctly the targets of the first steps of the transitional period. From 1976 through 1980, the party wanted to push industrialization forward while we did not have essential and necessary premises. In addition, our economic management style was still very outdated. At the V Congress of 1982, the party affirmed two primary tasks and concretized several economic policies in the first stage of the transitional period, came up with general targets, and major social economic policies. However, in implementation of those policies, the party failed to fully understand the situation at hand. The party was not determined to resolve the problems of impatience and idealism which were mainly expressed in the policy of economic structure, socialist renovation, and management style which led to social economic crisis. The Sixth Congress of 1986 fully understood the material conditions of the country, and with the mindset of looking straight at the truth, speaking out the truth, and determination to renovate, the party affirmed: the transitional period of our country towards socialism from a low level of production, bypassing capitalism, will obviously be very long and arduous process. This constitutes a comprehensive, profound, and revolutionary period of renovation. This renovation period is required to build socialism from nothing, and requires us to build up our productive forces, relations of production, and superstructure. Our party, by this time, understood that this first step is just another small step in a long period of transition. This Congress also pointed out that from that point forward, With a revolutionary and scientific mindset, we must continue developing the established path towards socialism. The party must develop a more profound political program for the entire revolutionary transition period towards socialism. Based on such a program, the party will build strategies for social economic development, for technological and scientific development, and for the nation's development. In 1991, the Soviet Union and the European Socialist Bloc collapsed, and, unfortunately, even among the ranks of the international communist community, there was a tendency to deny all the achievements of the party, leading to a rejection of the socialist path. In that complicated circumstance, the Seventh Congress, in 1991, established the previously called for program to build our country in the transitional period towards socialism, stating, "The transitional period towards socialism in our country is a long period which requires many stages. The target of the first stage is, our society will go through a comprehensive renovation to reach a stable stage and to create the conditions for the development of the next stage." At the 9th Congress of 2001, the party affirmed, building socialism without going through capitalism, making the quality changes of society in all fields, is very difficult and complex. Therefore, it must go through a very long period with many stages and many social economic forms. Now that the party had a proper understanding of the circumstances of the first stage of the transitionary period, progress could be made in building toward the next stage. The party realized that the first stage must accomplish the goals of creating a solidly stable society through innovation, which would create conditions for fast development in the next stage. The next stage is to push forward industrialization and modernization and quickly bringing the country out of the low level of development and building an industrialized nation. After 25 years of implementing Doi Moi renovation, from 1986 through 2011, in the 11th Congress of 2011, our party announced a political program regarding building the country in the transitional period towards socialism, which read, "Moving towards socialism is the desire of our people. It is the rightful choice of the Communist Party of Vietnam and Chairman Ho Chi Minh, and it is suitable with the development trend of history. 13 The socialist society that our people want to build is a society of rich people, a strong country, democratic equality, and intellectually developed people, and so on. This is a comprehensive, profound, and revolutionary process. At the same time, it is the complex struggle between the old and the new which creates quality changes in all fields of society. We must go through a long transitional period with many stages and many social economic forms. We can say that, before the Doi Moi reforms, the understanding of our party about the transitional period towards socialism bypassing capitalism was still very simple, but now, in this renovation time, the party's understanding about this issue is getting clearer and brighter. The new understanding is that the transitional period towards socialism, bypassing capitalism, in our country, is an objective necessity. It is a long and arduous process with many stages. At the same time, the party also emphasized that there are still many issues which need to be studied, improved, and developed into our party's program, alongside the development of the country in the transitional period towards socialism. 13 See Annotation 22, p. 32. Appendix J. What are socialist values and socialist manners? Editor's note. The article below was written by Ho Chi Minh to develop the social consciousness of Vietnamese communists. Ho Chi Minh believed that it was necessary to develop these values and manners within Vietnamese workers in order to create the conditions for social revolution against capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism. The role of social consciousness in bringing about revolution is discussed more on p. 94. Be aware that you are the true owners of the state, and you must have a socialist collective spirit, and you must follow the thought. One for all and all for one. Our state now is the state of the working people. Therefore, all workers, farmers, and revolutionary intellectuals must be fully aware that, nowadays, working people are the owners, and not merely wage workers for the exploitative classes, as it was in the old society. We have rights and we have the conditions to build a free and happy life for ourselves. Working people are the collective owners of all means of production and culture. We are all equal in responsibility and benefits. Therefore, everyone must observe the ideology of one for all and all for one. Individualism, an attitude of good for me but not for thee, disorganization, lack of discipline, and other bad behaviors are dangerous enemies of socialism. All for production. Our most important mission now is to develop our production to enhance our people's cultural and material life. If we want socialism, there is no other way than to use all the resources we have to produce. At present, production is the main battlefield of the north of Vietnam. Build socialism with industry and thrift. Our country is still very poor. To have a happy life, we need to have a spirit of self-reliance, and we must be laborious. Labor is our sacred responsibility. It is our source of life and happiness. In our society, there are no low-value jobs. Only lazy people who always rely on others are shameful. The cooks and the cleaners are the same as teachers and engineers. If they do their jobs well, they are all honorable. Anyone who is fearful of difficulties and hardships, or who just want to live on the fat of the land, are the weak ones, and they are not socialist people. To advance to socialism quickly and fiercely but steadily. To produce quickly and greatly with high quality and low prices, we must have revolutionary enthusiasm. But at the same time, we need to thoroughly understand science. Each working person must have the spirit of daring to think and daring to do, and each must become a progressive worker. Workers, farmers, and intellectuals must strongly believe that we have enough power, courage and knowledge to build a new life. Appendix K. History of Class Society. From Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism. Editor's Note. The following is an excerpt from the Soviet textbook Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, first published in English in 1963, which details the development of class society from its origins in slave society to the rise of capitalism to the development of the socialist system that will eventually lead to communism and an end to class society. This offers a broad overview of the development of human society from the standpoint of historical materialism. As with the main text of this book, words which are underlined can be found in the glossary/index to assist readers in fully understanding the terminology and underlying concepts. Historical materialism does not impose preconceived patterns on history and does not adapt the events of past and present to fit its own conclusions. On the contrary, it is a scientific generalization of history. The conclusion that the history of mankind constitutes a succession of socio-economic formations is based on scientifically verified knowledge of the past. Mankind as a whole has passed through four formations: primitive, communal, slave, feudal, and capitalist, and is now living in the epoch of transition to the next formation, the communist formation, the first phase of which is called socialism. In what follows, we shall try to describe only the most general features of the various socio-economic formations and refrain from entering into the details and secondary features in which the history of every country and every epoch abounds. The primitive communal system. The primitive communal system was historically the first form of society that arose after man emerged from the animal world, having acquired through a long process of labor the qualities which distinguish him from all other living creatures. The instruments of labor that mankind possessed in the early primitive communal system were of the most primitive kind: the club, the stone axe, the flint knife, the stone-tipped spear, the arrow, etc. Production relations between people during this era were in accordance with the level of development of the productive forces. With the instruments of labor then available, it was impossible by acting in isolation to fight the forces of nature and to secure the means of subsistence. Only labor performed in common by all the members of the primitive commune through unity and mutual assistance enabled them to acquire the necessary means of subsistence. Common labor entailed common ownership of the means of production as the basis of the production relations in that epoch. All members of the commune shared the same relationship to the means of production. No one could deprive other members of the commune of the means of production and turn them into their own private property. Since there was no private property, there could be no exploitation. There was simply no surplus that could be taken away from a producer and kept for other members of society. But since there was no exploitation of the labor of others, there was also no need for a special apparatus of coercion. The simple functions of arranging the common affairs were either performed collectively or else entrusted to the most respected and experienced members of the commune. The special features of this formation are thus determined by the low level of production and the helplessness of man in the face of his formidable natural surroundings. In the course of time, the primitive communal system reached a state of decline. The ultimate causes of the destruction of primitive society lay in the development of the productive forces. Men gradually mastered the secret of smelting metals. Stone and wooden implements were replaced by those of metal. Plows with metal blades, metal axes, bronze and iron tips for spears, arrows, etc., became widespread. Agriculture underwent further development. Domestication of animals and their use as draft power for tillage greatly increased the productivity of labor. The development of the productive forces led to important social changes. Social division of labor arose. Agriculture and animal husbandry and then handicrafts emerged as special kinds of labor activity. Exchange of the products of labor began to develop, first between tribes, then within the commune itself. Gradually, the need for common labor practiced by the whole commune disappeared. The tribe and the clan broke up into families, each of which became an independent economic unit. Labor became split up, private property appeared, and with it the possibility of exploitation, for production had now developed to such an extent that human labor power had begun to produce more than was required for the bare subsistence of the workman. People were prompted to improve their instruments of labor and develop their skills by necessity, and by the desire to make their work easier and to build up stocks of resources to defend against natural disasters. But by changing their instruments of labor they, unwittingly, unconsciously, not even suspecting what social consequences this would have, were paving the way for a profound social revolution, the replacement of the primitive communal formation by the slave formation. The expanded productive forces of society led to new production relations among people. The slave system. The foundation of the production relations of this system was private ownership not only of the means of production, but also of the workmen themselves as slaves. The slave owner's property rights over the slaves and over all they produced was determined by the level of development of the productive forces of that epoch. This level was sufficiently high to give rise to the possibility of exploitation of the working people. But at the same time productivity was still so low that exploitation of the workmen and appropriation of a part of what they produced could be accomplished only by reducing the consumption of slaves to a minimum, leaving them just enough to prevent them from dying of hunger. This change in production relations also gave rise to a revolution in other spheres of social life. The relations of cooperation and solidarity that had been characteristic of the primitive commune were superseded by a relationship involving the domination of one section of society over the other, by relations of exploitation, oppression, and implacable enmity. Society was divided into antagonistic classes, the class of slave owners and the class of slaves. The epoch of slavery placed terrible burdens and hardships on the working people. The lowest interests, base greed, brutal sensuality, sordid avarice, selfish plunder of common possessions, usher in the new, civilized society, class society, the most outrageous means, theft, rape, deceit, and treachery, undermine and topple the old, classless, Gentile society. Thus, Engels describes the period of transition from the primitive communal system to that of slavery. The brutal exploitation of the slaves evoked bitter opposition on their part. In order to crush the opposition, a special apparatus of coercion, the state, had to be created in place of the former clan and tribal institutions of administration. It was the function of the state to protect the property of the slave owners and to ensure a constant supply of slaves from prisoners of war and also from bankrupt debtors, who were turned into slaves. The birth of the state gave rise to the birth of law, a system of juridical standards and prescriptions expressing the will of the ruling class and protected by the coercive power of the state. New customs and the specific ideology of slave society appeared. Scorn and contempt for physical labor, which now came to be considered an occupation unworthy of a free man, gradually spread among the oppressors. The idea of the inequality of men took firm root. But the time came when the possibilities of progress inherent in the slave mode of production were exhausted, when its production relations turned more and more into fetters hampering the development of the productive forces. Having in their possession cheap slave labor, the slave owners made no effort to improve the instruments of production. What was more, the slave, who was not interested in the results of his labor, could not be entrusted with complex and costly tools. More and more insistently the needs of the development of the productive forces demanded the abolition of the old production relations. This could only be accomplished by a social revolution. The classes and groups that suffered most from the slave system and therefore had most to gain from its abolition formed the driving force behind that revolution. For the most part, they were slaves and the poorest section of the freemen. As the contradictions in the old mode of production came to a head, the class conflict grew more and more acute. It took all kinds of forms from deliberate breaking of the instruments of labor to uprisings involving tens of thousands of people. In the end, under the combined blows of the uprisings of the working classes and the attacks of neighboring barbarian tribes, which the slave-owning state, weakened by internal contradictions and conflicts, would no longer resist, the slave system crumbled. It was replaced by a new system of feudalism. The feudal system. The foundation of the production relations of this system lies in the feudal lord's ownership of the means of production, primarily of the land. The peasants were personally dependent on the feudal rulers, but were no longer completely their property. The feudal rulers had the right to the labor of the peasants, and latter were obliged to do service for their lords. Feudal society was marked also by the peasants and craftsmen possessing their personal holdings. The peasant serf had his own plot of land, his personal holding, the products of which remained at his disposal after his obligations to the feudal lord had been met. In some countries the personal dependence of the peasants on the feudal rulers assumed particularly crude forms, approaching slavery. The landlord could buy and sell peasants, etc. This special character of the production relations opened up new possibilities for the growth of the productive forces. The direct producer now had a definite material interest in the results of his work. Accordingly, he no longer broke or spoiled his tools, but, on the contrary, looked after them carefully and went out of his way to improve them. Agriculture made further progress. The three-field system of cultivation was evolved and methods of land fertilization were more and more widely adopted. Even more significant successes were achieved by the craftsmen supplying agricultural instruments, articles of daily life used by feudal rulers and merchants, various kinds of utensils, and also weapons and military equipment. The development of crafts and trade led to the rise of towns. In the course of time the towns became powerful economic, political, and cultural centers, the cradle of the new capitalist mode of production. In the epoch of feudalism, many outstanding discoveries that had a great influence on the course of human history were made. Man learned to produce iron out of pig iron, to build sailing ships with keels that were capable of making long voyages, to fashion simple optical instruments, the compass, gunpowder, paper, book printing, and mechanical clocks were invented. The muscular power of men and animals was supplemented on an ever wider scale by the force of the wind and of falling water. The replacement of slave production relations by feudal ones brought about changes in the whole life of society. The principal changes are in class structure. The feudal rulers, with the ownership of the land, became the ruling class. The other basic class of feudal society was the serfs. The relations between these two classes were antagonistic in character and based on an irreconcilable opposition of class interests. The forms of exploitation, although slightly milder than those of slavery, were of a very cruel kind. The exploitation of the peasants was still based on non-economic coercion. The serf experienced the economic stimulus of material incentive only when working on his own personal holding. The greater part of his time was devoted to working for the feudal lord, for which labor he received no reward whatsoever. Here the main incentive to work was fear of punishment, of physical violence, and also of the danger of losing all his personal property, which could be confiscated by the landlord. Compared with that of slave society, the class struggle in feudal society rises to a higher level. Peasant uprisings sometimes embrace large territories. The strength of the peasants' resistance to the feudals is shown by the peasant wars which shook one country after another, Wat Tyler's rebellion in England, the Jacquerie in France, the Hussite wars in Bohemia, the Peasant War in Germany, the Taiping Rebellion in China, the Sikh uprisings in India, the uprisings of Bolotnikov and Razin and of Pugachev in Russia, etc. The political and ideological superstructure of feudal society reflects the forms of exploitation and class struggle peculiar to it. To exploit and hold down the serfs, the feudal state had constantly to resort to armed force, which was at the disposal not only of the central authority but also of each feudal lord, who was the absolute master within his own domains and could condemn and punish at will. The social and economic inequality of feudal society is embodied in legislation. Classes and their various internal strata constitute estates. The relations between the estates and within each of them are based on a system of strict subordination and personal dependence. The rigidity of social barriers impedes movement from one step of the feudal hierarchy to another. The spiritual life of feudal society is ruled by the church and religion. In the course of time, the development of the productive forces comes into contradiction with the production relations prevailing in feudal society and the political and ideological superstructure determined by them. The peasants fight ever more stubbornly against feudal oppression for the right to dispose freely of the products of their economic activity. They endeavor to free themselves from feudal exploitation to obtain the means for improving their husbandry, etc. Large manufacturing establishments based on craft techniques but making extensive use of the division of labor and employing the labor of workmen free from personal dependence spring up alongside the small artisan workshops. The towns, the bulwark of the young bourgeoisie, vigorously developed. Trade assumed ever wider scope. Merchants with the help of the king's forces seized new markets in overseas countries. The growth of exchange led in its turn to the rapid development of production, which was also facilitated by the scientific and technical discoveries of the 16th and 17th centuries. In the midst of the feudal system a new, capitalist mode of production is gradually formed. Its development demands the abolition of the feudal order. The bourgeoisie, the class that now appears as the sponsor of the new mode of production, needs a free labor market, i.e., workers who are free both of serf dependence and property, and whose hunger will drive them to the factories. It needs a national market, the removal of tariff and all other barriers created by the feudal rulers. It achieves the abolition of the taxes that pay for the upkeep of the court and the numerous retinues of the nobility, and the destruction of the privileges of the estates. Its aim is to be able to control affairs in all spheres of the life of society. The bourgeoisie rallies round it all the classes and groups that are dissatisfied with the feudal order, from the peasant serfs and lower strata of the towns, who live in conditions of poverty, humiliation, and oppression, to the advanced scientists and writers, who, regardless of their origin, are stifled by the spiritual tyranny of feudalism and the church. Thus begins the epoch of bourgeois revolutions. The capitalist system. The production relations of capitalism are based on the private ownership by capitalists of the means of production. The capitalist class exploits the class of workers, who are free from personal dependence but are compelled to sell their labor power because they are deprived of the means of production. The production relations of capitalism opened up broad opportunities for the development of the productive forces. Large-scale machine production, based on the harnessing of powerful forces of nature such as steam, and later electricity, and on the wide application of science to the process of production, comes into being and develops at a rapid pace. Capitalism brings about the division of labor not only within separate countries but between countries themselves, thus creating a world market, and then a world economic system. And again the changes in the mode of production are followed by changes throughout the life of society. The capitalist class and the working class become the main classes of society. As before, the relations between them remain antagonistic in character, since they are based on exploitation, on the oppression of the propertyless by the possessors of property. They are the relations of an implacable class struggle. But the methods of exploitation and oppression have radically changed. The prevailing form of compulsion has become economic. The capitalist, as a rule, does not require physical force to make people work for him. Deprived of the means of production, the worker is compelled to do so voluntarily, under threat of death by starvation. The relations of exploitation are veiled by the free hire of workers by the master, by the buying and selling of labor power. The changed methods of exploitation bring about a change in the methods of political rule. The transition takes place from the undisguised despotism of previous epochs to more refined forms of rule, to bourgeois democracy. The unlimited power of the hereditary monarch gives way to a parliamentary republic, suffrage is introduced, citizens are declared to have certain political freedoms and to be equal before the law. This kind of system is most in accord with the principles of free competition and the free play of economic forces on which capitalism for a long time was based. All the differences between the political and ideological superstructure of bourgeois society and that of feudalism do not, however, alter the basic fact that it is still a superstructure erected upon relations of private ownership and exploitation. The dominant part of the superstructure is composed of the institutions and ideas of the oppressor class, the bourgeoisie, whose task it is to preserve bourgeois class domination and to ensure the obedience of the exploited masses. As has been proved today not only in theory but in social practice, the capitalist formation is also temporary, transitory. Increasingly profound antagonisms, above all the contradiction between the social character of production and the private form of appropriation, matured and deepened in the very heart of the system. The only way out of these contradictions is to effect the transition to social ownership of the means of production, i.e., to socialism. But, as in the past, the transition to a new mode of production is only possible through a social revolution. The force destined to effect this revolution is generated by capitalism itself in the shape of the working class. Rallying to its side all the working people, the working class overthrows the power of capital and creates a new, socialist system free from the exploitation of man by man. The socialist system. The socialist mode of production is based on social ownership of the means of production. The production relations of socialist society are therefore relations of cooperation and mutual assistance among workers liberated from exploitation. They correspond to the character of the productive forces, the social character of production being based on social ownership of the means of production. Unlike the primitive communal system, the socialization of the means of production occurs now on the basis of tremendously developed productive forces, culture, and man's power over nature. The new system opens up for humanity unlimited opportunities of progress, both in the development of the productive forces and in all other spheres of the life of society. Such is a very general outline of the basic stages of the development of human society. Our knowledge of the past provides us with striking confirmation of the scientific validity of the materialist conception of history, the essence of which Marx formulated as follows in the preface to his book A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed.